Hello neighbors, staff, visitors. Welcome to the Portola Valley Planning Commission for June 29th, 2022. We'll start with roll call.
Commissioner Haskell.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
I do not see Commissioner Targ yet, but he is expected.
I'll text him now.
Okay. Vice Chair Golden.
Present.
And Chair Kopsil.
Here. Thank you. Good. So I think, as everyone knows, we're here to it's our second meeting for the to review the draft housing element. So at the beginning of every meeting, we take comments that are not related to our agenda. So if anybody has a comment they'd like to make that is not about the housing element, we'll take housing element comments later. Raise your hand on the Zoom feature and we'll call on you. I see one, Rita Gomez.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. There's been such great information. I appreciate the commissioners that have sent in some ideas to these plans that we're talking about tonight. So my idea is not related to what we're talking about tonight, not what's on the agenda, but with all of these great ideas that are coming up, is there any way to then extend that July 8th deadline, because there's so much information right now for people to put in their comments, and also put on a third meeting so we can talk about all of these comments. Like Commissioner Golden just said, he's on vacation. There are a lot of people. This town is very empty right now. And with all of these great updates, it's really important that the public, the people of the town actually get a chance to really look at this information, especially the new updated information. So I would suggest another meeting. I know this is a second meeting, but this meeting is very different than the last meeting. And there's lots of updated information. So I appreciate if you can take those things in consideration, and also extending that July 8th deadline so that people have an opportunity to review this new updated information. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Okay, I see no more comments in the open section, so we'll go on. Laura, do you have a staff update?
Yes, we have a presentation for you. Give me just a second to get that up and running. Okay, does that look okay to everyone on the screen?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. Good evening, Chair Kopsil, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. If anyone does not know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director. And this is the Planning Commission's second meeting, as we've all heard, on the full draft of the housing element. So the meeting format for tonight, this staff presentation that I'm going to give, and then we're going to have the Planning Commission subcommittee give a report back. They provided a memo, it's colleagues memo that's included in the packet. And then we'll have commission questions, and then public comments, and then commission discussion. So the purpose of the meeting this evening is to present to the Planning Commission the recommendations of the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, AHHEC. Sometimes I just call it the Housing Element Committee. So you can hear what they had to say on June 20th and receive the report from the subcommittee, as I just mentioned. We'd like to receive comments from the Planning Commission with a focus on sections 6 and 7, which are the main policy sections. And then ideally, we would like the Planning Commission to synthesize your comments so that those can be forwarded on to the Town Council. So if there's elements where you can reach consensus, that's great. We can reflect consensus into the record. And if there's areas where there's not consensus, then it may be appropriate to take a vote on individual items. So that will be up to the chair and the commission's discussion to decide how you'd like to handle that later in the commission discussion section. So this is a reminder for anyone who may be newer to the process. You know, people come in at different times. There's extensive information on the town's website for the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee's page. They've held meetings at least monthly since last August, and they've been talking specifically about the sites inventory over 7.5 to 8 meetings, I would call it. So starting way back in October, and then multiple meetings throughout this year, including a big change in approach, lots of new ideas, lots of fine tuning and thinking through, and lots of public comment. Between 40 and 160 people have been at each Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee meeting. And then on June 20th, the committee met again and reviewed the initial feedback from the Planning Commission and discussed those sites again. This is also a reminder from last time, but wanted to make sure that it's fresh in people's mind and that there's an understanding about this. As we all know, there are many physical and safety constraints in town. And so the work of the Housing Element Committee really started with physical and safety constraints. So this is mapping that's prepared both as part of the safety element and in the housing element process. And we created these constraints maps, and this is the composite of the constraints maps. So it includes areas that have flood zones, and that comes from state law for safety elements. Our own town ground movement potential map, including the areas with the least stable soil types. Our major fault map. We mapped all the slopes that are greater than 30%. So if a property had an area of greater than 30% slope, it was included. Greater than 30% is considered an especially concerning slope for fire safety. We also did evacuation mapping showing parcels that have one way in and one way out. So the darker gray indicates the parcels that have more than one of those constraints. And just because you have one hazard doesn't mean you can't have any development there necessarily, but it depends on the extent of the hazard in the location and what kind of development would be proposed. So the committee referred to these constraints maps regularly throughout their discussion so that it could be grounded in the safety aspects of the town. So this is the housing site summary that's in the draft housing element. And you looked at this last time, but we wanted to point out that we found a typo. It's a literal typo. So if you were looking at the math on this and it didn't work out, this is why. So in the draft housing element, in the very low income category, for one of the sites where there is a 7, there was supposed to be a 2. So the math otherwise works out, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And this is the same table that we went through last time. So on June 20th, the ad hoc committee met again, as I mentioned, and reviewed your initial thoughts, concerns, ideas, and the topics, especially that we considered, were the opt-in program, ADU and junior ADU production, the buffer that we've talked about, the legal status and the possibilities for Ford Field Park. And there was a new suggestion at the last meeting that we termed at that time a sunrise approach, where certain things would come into effect only if the town was not meeting its unit production numbers over the 8-year period. So the committee voted in certain areas where there was not consensus, and then the committee produced a summary, which was distributed to the town. And then that summary was put into the staff report that we sent out to the Planning Commission and made available to the public. And then that's what's included in my presentation in that discussion tonight. Mm-hmm. So the first topic that we wanted to bring to your attention is related to the opt-in rezoning program. So at the last meeting, the Planning Commission expressed pretty significant concerns related to this program, and there was also concerns from the community. So staff has presented some additional analysis for your consideration in the memo. We just point out that this is a relatively small number of units. Currently, it's 12 units at the above moderate income category. We're noting that the Housing Element Committee has expressed concern about this back and forth, and they've been talking about the pros and cons of it. So there has been a lot of discussion about it all along. It is thought to be a way to distribute some units throughout the community, and it could also provide an alternative type of housing for residents that are looking for something different than large single-family detached. Ultimately, after quite a bit of discussion, the Housing Element Committee did have a strong majority that preferred to maintain the opt-in approach. We discussed it as an alternative to SB 9 that would provide more local control and would allow some disbursement throughout the community, which was a priority that the community had expressed during the course of those meetings. We wanted to present just a couple more ideas as you're thinking about opt-in and considering the options for that and whether you recommend including it or not. There's been some discussion about whether the opt-in program should be further restricted. And the Housing Element Committee reviewed in some detail a concept that's called missing middle housing right now in the planning jargon. And it represents building types that can be integrated into single family neighborhoods with less impact. So the idea is to try to draw on the massing patterns that you have in single family neighborhoods and put more units into those types of building forms. So that's what missing middle basically means. And if you're interested, we can point anyone back to those PowerPoints in the previous meetings, but that's all online. So one of the ideas would be maybe to restrict the opt-in so that you would allow, for example, 4 to 6 units in one building that would look like a single family home, or maybe have smaller units that would still comply with 30-foot setbacks. So this could be a potential approach to emphasize the kind of the housing types that people have expressed their interest to us, which is especially multi-generational housing, more options for retirement, and there was an interest in co-ops in the course of the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, where people could go in together into a special kind of ownership model and share resources and have a co-op environment. There's also discussion and staff presented an option about maybe including SB 9 units instead. And so we proposed just an alternative just for everyone's consideration. This is not a recommendation from staff, but just a way to think about different approaches to this. And this is included in the staff memo, but the idea is to take out the opt-in program at a small number of SB 9 units and reduce the buffer for the above moderate income category. And if we do that, this is the way that the same chart is revised. So SB 9 goes in with 6 units in the above moderate income category. Opt-in goes out, and that creates a total unit potential of above moderate of 114 units, which is a 15% buffer. So reducing the buffer in that category, and then reducing the buffer overall a little bit as well. So the next topic that we wanted to bring to your attention is the recommended buffer itself and the no net loss law. So there's been discussion about why is the buffer needed? Why does it need to be so large? And so we wanted to provide some additional information on this. We gave you a memo with some guidance that we got, and trying to put it into plain language. The town is required to have sufficient sites available at all times throughout the planning period. And so in real life, even when there's a plan, some things are a little different than what we expect. So sometimes sites will be developed with more units or less units. Sometimes they'll be developed, they would not typically be developed with more, but they might be if we had a density bonus situation, right, as we've discussed. But more often than not, in my professional experience, sites are developed with fewer units than what's expected. And then sometimes they're developed with different income affordability levels than what was assumed in the housing element. So we have to make adjustments. So if the development proposal is received, then we have to compare that to the assumptions that we made in the housing element. And if there's a shortfall, then we have to make sure we either have other sites that are available already in the housing element site inventory, or we have to rezone. So we have to take new sites and put them into the housing element and rezone them to accommodate that shortfall within 180 days after the approval of the development that created the shortfall. So when the Housing Element Committee looked at this, they were split. on lowering the buffer. They talked about this quite a bit. They talked particularly about lowering the buffer for moderate and above moderate categories. There was not a lot of support for reducing the buffer for the lower income categories where there's more scrutiny. So this is a kind of a split recommendation. So there was not a clear consensus on this one. This is a visual way that we explained the buffer to the ad hoc committee back in October. So just bringing this forward to kind of refresh people who think about things in a different way. And so we were thinking about RHNA as a housing budget. So we want to think about balancing our budget at the end of the planning period. So we have our RHNA and we want to balance that with the actual units that are built. But we can think about the buffer as like an emergency fund of extra housing projects that we could rely on to meet our RHNA in case things don't go as planned. So we might end up, with a different number, as I was just explaining. And so we've got backup projects to balance those scales again. So next is related to ADU and JADU allocation and production. If anyone's new to the conversation, ADU is accessory dwelling unit and JADU is junior accessory dwelling unit. Both of these things are defined in state law and both of them are now in our code. The Planning Commission will remember we did a code update in 2021 related to the most recent state laws. And they're different in the way that they can be laid out on a site and where they can be located. So if junior ADUs are new to you, they need to be within the building envelope of the main house, and they are limited to 500 square feet in state law and in our current code. I was asked whether junior ADUs can be larger, and the town has not considered that up till now. But we could make junior ADUs larger if there was a policy interest in doing so. So there's two different areas that we're talking about with ADUs and junior ADUs. Allocation, how they're allocated to the different income categories, and production, literally how many ADUs do we expect to be produced in the 8-year time period. So starting with the allocation question. We received questions from the Planning Commission at the last meeting about this, and the Housing Element Committee considered it quite a bit. So there's a guidance memo that comes from 21 Elements and ABAG. 21 Elements is a San Mateo County specific cooperation between the county, all of the cities and towns, and consultant planners that work on housing elements. That's why it's called 21 Elements, because there's 21 jurisdictions. And then ABAG is the Bay Area Association of Governments. And they had put out this memo with the recommendation based on their studies. So the allocation that's in the housing element right now is a proportion. And it's 30% goes into the very low income category, 30% into low, 30% into moderate, and 10% into above moderate. So it's considered like a safe harbor for towns and cities to use. So if we don't use a safe harbor in our allocation, then we would be responsible for developing our own rationale and presenting that to HCD. And it would have to be based on evidence in order to include something other than that safe harbor. Now I'll turn to production and talk about that a little bit. So how many units are we talking about producing during this 8-year time period? So there's HCD guidance, and it says that the estimate should be based on the average number of ADU and JADU building permits that have been issued in the last few years. And if we're proposing something different, then we need to provide a logical methodology, justification, and explanation for why our numbers are different. So the current draft housing element includes 92 ADUs and JADUs, discussed several times by the Housing Element Committee, whether that should go up or what should happen, even down. So staff did meet with HCD staff and asked them about our past ADU production and our proposal in the housing element. And HCD recommended additional incentives be included they said that about 11 units a year seemed high to them, given our past 3-year and 5-year averages. And so they suggested that we have more incentives and include those that would be automatically triggered if the town is not meeting our JADU or ADU target. So there are programs that staff included to address that. So from the initial conversation with HCD, they thought our numbers were a little bit high, but they didn't say it was impossible. And they always emphasize that nothing is certain until they've actually put it in writing into a formal letter to us. As the Planning Commission is well aware, we updated the municipal code in 2021 to be consistent with state law related to ADUs and JADUs. And you'll recall that at that time, there was significant concerns about certain parts of the state law and their impact on rural character and especially fire safety. I think the biggest one that got a lot of attention was related to the 4-foot setbacks that are allowed in state law. And you'll remember that we received a lot of comments. These are examples of the public comments that we received. A concern around jeopardizing public safety, separation between structures, home ignition zones. As you know, a lot of our residents have done a lot of research and become really conversant in these terms. So there was a lot of concern about that at the time. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention and remind the public that this is a conversation the Planning Commission was having last year. So what we did was we continued what we called the fire safety exemption in the code. And then we also created the ADU fire safety checklist. And those two items have been in effect, but we have a little bit more to say about that in just a moment. So we have those two things that are in effect, but we have received correspondence from HCD about our town restrictions that we have established for fire safety. So we are receiving questions from them, and it is possible that our local requirements may not pass HCD review as we have adopted them. So staff is going to be working with HCD. We've sent them a response and we included pictures, and we've been collaborating with the Woodside Fire Protection District, but it is possible that we could have a reduction in local control or ADUs with those reduced setbacks in the future than what we've put into effect so far. So in terms of what the Housing Element Committee said, so they voted unanimously. They did not want to use ADUs and JADUs to achieve the town's very low income category. And so they said it would not be a viable approach with HCD. And they've previously discussed their interest in making sure affordable housing units really get built and become available. The committee was split on a smaller increase to ADUs and junior ADUs. So there definitely are committee members that wanted to see another small increase in the ADU numbers. There's also discussion and consensus that ADUs and JADUs should be evaluated separately and broken out in the housing element into two different categories. They have different characteristics and impacts because of the JADU's smaller size and being within the building envelope of the main house. So I wanted to emphasize this because it seems to be the question we're getting the most often to staff throughout public comments. Can the town use ADUs and junior ADUs to meet all of its lower income RHNA requirements? This is staff's analysis based on the information that's available to us, the way that we've read the laws. We're just trying to give you the best legal and technical advice that we can. So we think the answer to this question is no. We do not think we can get a housing element certified using just ADUs and junior ADUs. And the reasons why are really kind of outlined here on the slide. So as I mentioned, the allocation is done by formula. So we have no justification for using a different formula than the safe harbor. So some people have proposed just increasing one category or another, but we would need to have a rationale or evidence to be able to do that. If we take that formula, the one I mentioned with the 30% and then down to 10%, I was just creating a hypothetical for you to consider. If that formula was applied and we had just a 15% very low income buffer. We would have to produce 74 very low income ADUs, 74 low income, 74 moderate income, and 25 above moderate income. So we'd have to create 200 and plan for 247 total ADUs and JADUs to be produced in 8 years. For comparison purposes, this is approximately equal to the total number of ADUs that we have in town right now. So on about 1,700 properties, we've got right around 240 approximately total ADUs in town that are on the books right now. Having all of the lower income units be in ADUs or JADUs also raises concerns related to AFFH, and that's affirmatively furthering fair housing. And we've mentioned this before as one of the things that's new in this housing element cycle compared to past years. This is this is a place where the law has changed quite a bit. You saw in the housing element, there's a whole chapter, a whole section on this. So the rationale here, the thinking behind this is that people are likely to rent ADUs and junior ADUs to people they know or friends of friends or within their connections or networks. Therefore, the renters tend to have similar characteristics to the property owner, and they do not increase diversity over time. So that's contrary to our charge to affirmatively further fair housing. We're supposed to systematically trying to reduce the segregation that we have in our communities that's happened over the past years. So next I'll turn to the next topic, which is related to Ford Field Park. You'll recall that Susan Ford Dorsey attended the last Planning Commission and talked about the fact that Thomas Ford had dedicated Ford Field to the town. And there was discussion about retaining it as open space and the field being named after his mother, Dorothy Ford. And so staff has continued to work on this. And our latest information for you is that we've had preliminary communications with Ms. Ford Dorsey, and we do have plans to meet with her. So we will be talking with her directly. We've asked her if she has any paperwork or any communications to help us understand the materials. We've gone back into our own record to see if we can identify the intent. That record is mixed. It's quite old, that record, so we're trying to learn what we can from it. What we do know is that the town was purchased from 3 property owners, and there's no legal restriction. So there's nothing in the title report that shows open space restrictions that would prohibit development of the site. There are deed restrictions that we accepted as a condition of state grant money, and those are related to the baseball diamond itself. So we are continuing to work on this, but this is the latest information that we have. And of note, the town has control, the town owns Ford Field Park. So the town can determine the density and the design with an affordable housing developer. So we could restrict the use of state density bonus at this location. Just a second, please. So when the Housing Element Committee discussed this, the majority supported affordable housing at Ford Field Park. That conclusion was based on the fact that, generally speaking, was the only realistic path to the required number of very low income units. There were several members that thought that while they still had reservations about using the site, that they had exhausted the other available sites in town and felt like this was the best available option. There were a few people, like I said, this was split, that thought something else might still be preferable, but it was generally a majority supported it. There was also discussion about the fact that earlier in the housing element process, there was discussion about quite a bit more development at the Nathorst Triangle area, and that was strongly opposed by the Nathorst neighbors. So this was considered to be more of a compromise related to that. So then you'll remember at the last meeting, Commissioner started talking about the idea of a sunrise program was a language that was used at the last meeting. so that additional sites or programs could be added if we weren't keeping up with those numbers. And a subcommittee of the Planning Commission was formed with Commissioners Targ and Taylor. And in terms of our staff analysis, we would just say that it's challenging to provide a rationale to support these units depending on how it would be constructed. And the triggers would have to be automatic and leave enough time to implement those provisions. So when the Housing Element Committee talked about it, there wasn't a lot of information yet. They were looking at, just kind of the general idea about it. And they knew that the Planning Commission was going to further talk about it through the use of a subcommittee. But at that time, there was a strong majority, this was through a vote, didn't support the sunrise approach. Their discussion was related to the fact that it could kind of prolong the process and delay some of the negative impacts that the community is feeling, or create confusion or add complexity. Then there was another topic that got quite a bit of attention at the last meeting, and that's related to the equestrian facilities at the Glen Oaks site. And there was general consensus of the committee to see if it would be possible to preserve the equestrian use there. They talked about the town's rural character. They also talked about the potential to mitigate some of the density along Alpine Road. So in the big picture, we certainly want to emphasize and reflect that everyone agrees that this is a meaningful change. This housing element is difficult, it's meaningful. No one is thinking that it's some small thing. But the Housing Element Committee, as they've worked through this, has found that there are stakeholders for and against essentially every idea that has come up. And so it's a true policy balancing question of what are the most important priorities for the community. So the committee came at this, which we've termed a patchwork approach, meaning bringing multiple pieces together and multiple strategies. And that's the sites inventory with the specific locations, the affiliated housing, ADUs and JADUs, and then perhaps the opt-in upzoning. Should it be revised? Should SB 9 be used? Should it be included? Those are the policy questions that we're hoping the Planning Commission can give feedback on. So these are the questions for the Planning Commission that come from the memo. They're just for discussion purposes to get you thinking about what kind of feedback would be useful to the town council as they're making their decisions. So I want to emphasize again, this is the draft housing element. And so we're not talking about adopting it right now. We are talking about refining it and sending it off to HCD for their review. And then it would come back and we would do another round of review prior to adoption, or perhaps 2 rounds of review prior to adoption, depending on how the review goes with HCD. So just questions to get your discussion going. Should the opt-in program be removed? Should it be included? Should it be changed? Should we make it more like missing middle? The subcommittee also has thoughts about this that I'll defer to them to provide their feedback. Related to the buffer, should any additional refinements to the buffer be made? Should it be reduced? If it should, where should it be reduced? And if you have reasons for that, we could pass on to the town council. And then in terms of ADU and junior ADU production, should any changes be made to those numbers, the projection or the allocation method? You have more thoughts about the Sunrise program now that you've received a memo from your colleagues about that. And what is the commission's interest in terms of the Glen Oaks site? Would you like us to pursue with the applicant? I'm sorry, there's no applicant, with the owner, whether there's any way to imagine some housing on the site along with the equestrian use. So this is some repeat from the beginning, but just so that everyone's clear on what we're hoping the discussion can include. So we recommend that you focus on the sections with the most policy implications. Those are sections 6 and 7 of the draft housing element. Of course, your other comments are welcome and all the public's other comments are welcome. If you have detailed comments like typos or minor mistakes, we'd be happy to take those offline to save everyone's time. And ideally, the Planning Commission could synthesize your comments to be forwarded to the town council, reach consensus where possible, and perhaps take votes on individual items if that is helpful to your conversations. So this is not new information to any of you, but if there's members of the public that are new to this conversation, the housing element's available online right now, portollavalley.net/housing element. The town committees were also invited to discuss it. We're in a 30-day public comment period, which ends on July 8th. And then we're going to take all of those comments and bring them to the town council. And then we'll incorporate those edits from the town council and send the draft housing element to the state for their initial review. And then that takes 3 months. So we expect comments back in mid-October. And then we'll be working through any changes that they require us to make. So next steps, Wednesday, July 13th is a town council meeting. This summer, we'll start working on zoning code amendments with the plan to adopt those by January of 2023 for legal reasons. And then the ad hoc housing committee will, we'll review those proposed zoning amendments. Then they'll come to the Planning Commission. And the CEQA analysis has begun, and an initial study mitigated negative declaration, ISMND, will be available later this summer. So now I'm just going to turn it over for a moment to Cara Silver, the town attorney, to see have anything that she would like to add to close out our staff presentation. Cara, did you have anything else?
Thank you, Laura. My internet is a little unstable now, so I'm not going to take a lot of time. I think that one aspect in all of this that we do want to emphasize to, in particular, those people who are new to the process, is that the housing element law is a state law that has been around for years. It is typically towns are on an 8-year cycle to update their housing elements. And so these issues really don't get repeatedly discussed except for, on an 8-year cycle. So we have not had these types of conversations in quite some time at the local level. Also, over time, what has happened is there have been more and more changes to housing element law and to the requirements of the housing element and the we call the regional housing needs assessment allocation process. And the upshot of most of those changes is that the state is really taking over a lot of the control and authority in the area of housing law. And the local agencies, unfortunately, are losing much of the local control. And so the policies and the strategy and the approach that staff has developed with the ad hoc housing element committee and has been discussing with the town council and the planning commission, in large part, is designed to really maximize local control over time and to exert the amount, a admittedly small amount, but the maximum amount of local control that we can in this process. And if we don't adopt a housing element in the time period required by the state, and if we don't perform and comply with the housing production requirements over time, the state really has increased the consequences and the penalties that have been levied against agencies for not fulfilling those commitments. And they include, loss of actual zoning authority in general. They include very substantial penalties. They include enforcement actions. They include loss of state grant funds, of which the town has received over the years. And so there are a series of significant penalties that unfortunately we are also trying to avoid in the approaches that we are discussing and recommending tonight. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Laura.
Great, thank you, Cara. So this evening we have our consultant team is here as well, Carla Violet and Curtis Banks with Urban Planning Partners. They're always working with us from behind the scenes. I may ask them to help answer some questions this evening because I'm not feeling 100%. So may ask them to tag in a little bit. And so our proposal through the chair would be to turn it over to the Planning Commission subcommittee to give their report back on their work and then do a round of questions.
I think that sounds great. So Craig and Nicholas are our subcommittee on the Sunrise proposal. So if you all have either a presentation or a short description, that would be great.
Sure. Why don't I start? And Craig, I'm going to ask you to clean up anything that I say that's wrong or could be said better or more clearly, and that you'd like to add as well. I've got to say that we had a really great starting point in thinking through this Sunrise concept, both through the work that the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee has put together, the work that staff and our consultants have done, and the really robust conversations that the Planning Commission had, and more generally, they're very, very robust and helpful kinds of conversations that the residents of the town have had. And there are strong feelings, strong directions that people are expressing, some of them about their personal circumstances, some of them about their hopes and visions for the town, and all of them about how we're going to be together, how we're going to be as a community, and how are we going to be a community within this broader region of ours. So with that kind of background and that kind of ventilation of the issues, now our question that we were trying to wrestle with was really an alignment of two competing goals or two competing set of circumstances. From my perspective, and I think I can speak for Commissioner Taylor, my general view of the housing element is that it's a state compliance requirement. It's not a referendum on Portola Valley, but it's something to be complied with, and how it's complied with and what we do outside of the housing element, how we shape our general plan and our policies and our zoning, is a matter for the town. And right now we have some uncertainty. You have uncertainty, for example, around the number of units, just to be very concrete, that an ADU program can and would have. We have some uncertainty regarding the upcoming fire maps and the safety element that are going to be coming in our direction. We have uncertainty with respect to how the California Department of Housing and Community Development will interpret the laws and policies that we're now confronting, and which are very, very new. If there's somebody who says that they have the answer to how to interpret the housing laws and HCD's policies and policy letters, they need to go back and study them some more because there is a lot of uncertainty. So with that kind of uncertainty, there's also the issue that we're confronting, and that is HCD, California Department of Housing Community Development, will insist on certainty in the generation of a plan that will produce a set number of units along a particular distribution of income levels, housing units. So on the one hand, there's a lot of uncertainty, and Portola Valley very rightly wants to have a plan that makes sense for Portola Valley, and we don't have all of the information in at this point, and our decision-making time has been pretty compressed. And at the same time, we need to have a plan that rolls smoothly and that will produce, it has some certainty to it. And that's a challenge. And the way in which we were thinking about it, and I think that as Craig, who came up with the term and really crystallized it, was what we need is a sunrise provision. We need to be able to establish some markers and say, this project, this program, this thing, this set of elements will produce the number of housing units that are required under the RHNA goals or targets. And we can prove it up because we have a strong basis and we can show how it will work. However, some of those markers are kind of unpleasant or challenged or may not achieve the goals that the town wants to achieve in the way in which it wants to achieve. For example, placing more density on Athos Triangle or along Alpine, tearing down two magnificent trees and really altering fundamentally the gateway to the town, impacting a much beloved and valued set of stables and displace people from the place of employment. Those are things that are real challenges. They may be necessary, but the question is, can we do better? Can we put down those items that have been called out as markers? And then can we improve upon it? Or can we modify it by showing that we are achieving our goal through a way that is distinctly Portola Valley at a point in time in which we can hit those markers, those targets, to be able to show to HCD that we are in fact on track to meet the targets that the region has established for us. So that's essentially the idea. And so what's an example of that? And I trust that those of you who are interested in reading a monograph have had a chance to read the musings of Craig and myself. For those of you who haven't had the pleasure of working with Craig, what a joy. This was a really neat opportunity. It's the first time that I've actually sat down and done a project with him. I think there's something to be said for actually getting together over a table and authentically a couple of glasses of water and have a conversation and produce something. So what's an example? In year 3 of our present housing cycle, cycle 6, if we are not achieving our numbers to the satisfaction of the town, and in consultation with the California Department of housing development, then we will partner with an affordable housing nonprofit, and we will enter into a development agreement. That is a way of establishing what a nonprofit or other developer is going to do, and those things that the town will do. It's a binding contract to build not more than 50 units of very low housing within the 7 or 8 acres that comprise the Dorothy Ford Park. That would be an example of a spring or a sunrise requirement. It's a marker. You know what you're going to get if you aren't achieving your goals in 3 years. If you are achieving your goals in 3 years, without it, maybe you don't need it. Is that likely? Meh. I think different people may have different views. On the other hand, if we are exceeding our goals and our targets, then maybe we'll have a less dense, less high intensity housing project. But, we really won't know that for, a few years. And the reason why we called out 3 years here, and 3 years, just an example, is it's going to take probably a couple years to get through the permitting and the environmental review that's going to be required in order to get a project like this set in place. And then it's going to take another couple of years to actually construct it. And that's if things go reasonably well. And so by year 8, we really ought to be able to have a good standing project that can go forward within the period of time that we have. It gives us some cushion, but it's not a wrong kind of estimate of time. But in going through this process and looking at the Dorothy Ford Park, we came across some things that I thought were kind of interesting. And that is, one, if we were to really go forward and completely redevelop, including taking down the magnificent oak trees, and the term magnificent oak trees is actually a term of art, which I'll get to in a second, we would run right through 5 different elements of the general plan that describe the gateway of the town as including the magnificent oak grove at the gateway. And the reference there has to be to the Dorothy Ford Park trees, which are located there. There are other elements that talk about the permanent open space that is represented by that area. Now, query, what is the nature of that permanent open space? And our town attorney is still working through that, and I'm glad to hear that we're going to be meeting, we, the town, are going to be meeting with Ms. Ford in the coming days. We also looked at the underlying land use covenants that undergird the restrictions on developing in or around the baseball field. And it turns out, and again, Attorney Silver was very helpful in providing us with the underlying documents. There are 2 land use covenants which are kind of, if you think about it, are made to the benefit of the California Department of Parks and Recreations. And we've included those as in the packet. And it says that from the date of June 30th, which is essentially now, 2015, which was, 7 years ago-ish, to the same date, June 30th in 2031, that the land is going to be used for baseball purposes. But if you read the surrounding documents a little bit more closely, it allows for an out. One might say it also allows for breach. And there are different kinds of remedies that can be afforded. And one of them would be the California Department of Justice for the California Department of Parks and Recreation saying, hey, there are two land use covenants here. Get off our restrictive covenant. There are others which would allow for a negotiated outcome. And I would be stunned if a negotiated outcome weren't possible. Is it possible to rejigger the location of the baseball field, maybe share a parking lot with an affordable housing project? I don't know, maybe share it without disturbing the entrance to the town. Are there possibilities to rearrange it? There is scrub oak, which, you know, from my untrained eye, doesn't look like it has a lot of ecological value. Sure, it has some, and it's also proximate to the creek. So the question is, how far back is it? And some thinking needs to be done. But the question is it possible to jigger it, to have an area that actually makes sense, that doesn't run roughshod over 5 different elements of our general plan and redevelops with a housing project, any kind of housing project, the magnificent oak groves, which are the gateway to the town? And I think the answer is probably yeah, probably are. Does it make sense then to look at the entirety of that area as a gateway to the town? I don't think that we have a gateway zone or anything, frankly, that's like it that would allow for different types of town serving uses, including affordable housing, maybe including a fire lane. I'm making it up now. But because the town is the owner of the parcels that comprise that area, a new land use designation in the general plan could be established that could accommodate a variety of uses. The town would be the sole decision maker as to the uses, assuming that a negotiation could take place with our friends over at California Department of Parks and Recreations. Again, I in case anybody's wondering, I have not asked, but I'd be happy to see what could be done. But there's a nice 7-8-ish acres that frankly ought to be managed as a single unit. And within year 3 or at year 3, we ought to know how many affordable housing units, if any, probably the answer is yes, will need to be built in that area, and what else we might be able to do with that area for the benefit of the town and the preservation of that really undespoiled open space and the magnificent oak trees that are called out in the general plan. I read one letter that described them as the witness trees because of their age. I thought that was beautiful. So that would be one example of a sunrise element. We also looked around at, and I think that we saw some other interesting things that really inform the view. And so one is we have the upcoming fire maps, and that's going to be really important to see. And if we have a sunrise approach, we can modify the means by which we achieve our targets through programs that are already established in the general plan. Those are the markers to achieve those goals. So in looking at the ADUs and JADUs, there are some things that were really interesting that we found. And one of those was that we looked at some of our nearby towns. And what we found was that many of those towns, including the town of Atherton and the town of Woodside, and also to a lesser extent, but certainly included, the town of Hillsborough, all has significantly more or higher levels of ADU and JADU that were projected in their town. So for example, if you scale the number of ADUs and JADUs that those towns anticipate, Atherton anticipates 81, again, scaled down for the size of Portola Valley. Woodside anticipates 76 more, and the town of Hillsborough anticipates 18 more. So that was interesting. And then digging into it a little bit further, the town of Atherton has been on track to roughly meet that number. So I said, Craig and I went back and we looked to say, well, how's that going to happen? And the answer is they have a much more robust set of ADU and JADU incentives and educational programs that promote the production of ADUs and JADUs. Atherton is a little different than the town of Portola Valley in many respects, not the least of which is that Atherton, or much of Atherton, is flat and doesn't have as much, as I say, seismic diversity as the town of Portola Valley has. It's also not as slippy. On the other hand, if you look at Woodside, in Woodside, if listen to Nancy Lund and you learn your history, you'll know that Portola Valley and Woodside almost became one town. Woodside decided that wasn't a good idea, so we formed our own town. But that was the ask back in 1964, 4. And its topography is very similar to that, of course, of Portola Valley. And they have a more robust ADU and JADU program. So the question is, if you look at sort of similarly situated or nearby towns of similar size, in some ways of demographics, can we achieve those goals? And the answer is, yeah, probably. So maybe the thing to do is to up our numbers, take a look at the programs that they have in place, emulate and improve upon them, because we're the town of Portola Valley and I'm confident we can, and also put a marker behind it. So we can say HCD, if those numbers aren't coming out, we know where we're going to get our numbers. Similarly, with respect to JADUs, one of the things that I just found fascinating listening to our residents talking about their experience is one member of our community said, yeah, I spent $50,000 and I established a JADU. And I thought to myself, well, wow, I think that's the appropriate term. That is not very much money to establish another authentic housing unit that that can make a meaningful difference in somebody's life. That amount of money and the amount of space that is embodied in a JADU, it's a junior ADU, so it's smaller. And so it has different characteristics than an internal ADU, but they're similar. Can be and likely would be rented out at a much lower rate than an ADU. I can't see why we wouldn't have a different distribution of income for JADUs than we would for ADUs. It's simply, I'm not speaking for Commissioner Taylor or anybody else, but the economics simply don't make sense to me. And we could likely find support from that if we went out to the consultancy, if we didn't have that kind of resource locally. And again, we can backstop it. So HCD knows that that we mean business. Finally, the issue of opt-in housing. And this has been, second perhaps to upzoning a large portion of Nathurst Triangle has been the most contentious issue, I believe, that that the town has encountered. So we're proceeding here pretty lightly. I'm not going to go through all the reasons why people don't like or have come out and criticized the upzoning option. I think that's people are familiar with it, and for further explanation, go and take a look at Craig and my memo, and it's all right there. But if we were to look at it and say this is a voluntary discretionary program that is limited in scope and in scale, and doesn't have to result in any units being produced unless the town makes a commitment to. But the town were to say again, I'm making it up, in year 3, have essentially a set of proposals saying, we are interested in the opportunity, or we are interested in creating the opportunity for upzoning properties to X number of additional units on X size property or greater that will achieve the following goals, including goals addressing affordability, addressing design, addressing fire, addressing community acceptability as appropriately stated. And we looked at what the outcome was of that kind of request. And there are a variety of legal mechanisms that can allow you to do this. And the town could make a decision as to whether it wanted to go forward with one or more. And we suggested not more than 4 properties because it's important to be mindful that this is a novel program. But to be able to go forward with it, see how it works. It's a little bit of a beauty competition. And if we aren't meeting our numbers, again, a variant would be that we are going to adopt, again, not more than 4, that will produce X number of low income or fill in the blank of whatever we need, and commit ourselves doing that. That would be a sunrise variant of that kind of approach. But I guess our thinking was, if we retain the discretion, if we establish what it is that we want, if we establish limitations as to scale and to scope, And if it can create a more favorable zoning land use design outcome than, for example, SB 9, why wouldn't we want to pursue it? And if it doesn't, and we don't like what we see, then the answer is, that was a very interesting experiment. Let's not do that again. And we simply move on. But that would be another example that we outline in our dear colleagues' letter. We had a handful of I've been at this now for a long time and probably too long. Some specific recommendations, which are included, I believe, on page 6, drifting onto page 7, just to summarize. And that would include enhancements to the ADU and JDU programs. Consider changes to the affordability distribution of JADUs, and carefully craft a voluntary upzoning. I even hate to use that term. Program that preserves and enhances Portola Valley's values, and that has the option of contributing to the RENA targets. And then also elements pertaining to the Dorothy Ford Park, in particular, establishing a gateway land use designation that would allow for example, a planned unit development, a way of organizing the property appropriately to meet the town's goals, including a sunrise provision for the establishment of 50 units of very low housing, or as such number are required to meet our RENA targets. So that's sort of the summary. I need to call out that we didn't spend time discussing the Glen Oaks and Stables. That could also easily be folded into the same kind of thinking. One thing that I did see that I thought was interesting is I've always thought of Portola Valley as placing horses in a preferred position. But I didn't realize that the general plan actually does just that. And it calls out horses as being a fundamental part of Portola Valley, and does place them in a preferred position. So that would be highly consistent with the direction that that those who have come before us, and some who are still here, have envisioned for the town. Anyway, that's a long way of going through a document that that you have, and reflects again my thinking on it. And I'd invite my friend and colleague, Commissioner Taylor, to improve upon what I've said, and to make appropriate corrections.
Go ahead, Craig.
Thank you, Nicholas, my esteemed colleague. So I'm going to be much briefer than Nicholas. I just got 5 points that I just wanted to emphasize. I mean, when we worked on the memo, the idea was basically just to buy some time to basically create some programs to see how many ADUs and JADUs we could produce. And that was the idea of trying to, the time we're buying is that 3-year period of pushing off a decision on Ford Field. Because if the community is really engaged in this, if it's really what the community wants, then I see this as an opportunity for the community to have kind of a positive course of action to basically rally around the production of ADUs and JADUs. Because I mean, right now it's a lot of, well, I don't like this and I don't like that. And it's a lot of what people don't like. And I think it'd be great if we could turn this into, well, what can we do positively And if we could generate 28 ADUs in the first year, I mean, that would be a pretty positive change. It's clear HCD is not going to accept that just on its face. So I think we will likely put all these things in, but I think it's how we manage the program. And I think we could buy ourselves some time. I also think that the time lets us get some further clarification on these conflicting goals, because some of this law is confusing. It's going to get worked out as people are going through the process, and particularly the conflicts between fire and housing in our situation are quite confusing and in pretty strong conflict. So I think with another year or two, we'd see some of that get cleared up. And then finally, the idea of creating the gateway zone was by creating a larger area, was to give us some flexibility to come up with a sort of a more in-depth concept for the whole area, rather than just partition off a small piece. And then the upzoning, I think, I think I took your point about the idea of a co-op or some other small group of houses. So if we could do that as a PUD and limit the number, because the original one, at least the way it came across to me, sounded like anybody who wanted to upzone could upzone, and that seemed like chaos. But as Nicholas was saying, if we said, no, we'll allow 4 of these and people can compete with good projects, then maybe we could find something there. So I think those were would be my summary of the sort of issues that we tried to outline in the memo. Mainly, I think it's if we can buy a little bit of time and really engage the community, because I mean, the great thing is we've got a lot of community engagement. That's been positive. And the question is, can we harness that to a good outcome and use it to produce housing that we all want? So that would be my summary on it. Thank you. Return it to the chair.
Great, thank you. Good, so I will open it up to the commissioners right now to ask questions of both the staff, Laura and the consultants, and Cara, and then also of our subcommittee, Nicholas and Craig. So you can ask questions of all of them in any order. Maybe make clear who you're addressing your question to. Is anybody eager to start? Shall I just call on people? Go ahead, Craig.
Go ahead, Craig.
So yeah, I got some questions. So one of them was a small point, but Laura, you could help me with this. On attachment number 2, which is red page 16, there was something about arena total of 700. I read through that section and I just got completely lost. And maybe you can just give me the sound bite of how I misunderstood what was going on. And I don't need an in-depth, but it was just, I found it quite confusing.
I'm sorry, what, red page 7 you said?
16, I believe is what it's on.
Thanks.
There's a table there and it shows, it's like for the town, and it seems like it's stuff specific to us. And yet it's got these numbers that I couldn't make hide nor hair out of. Laura, do you see what I'm talking about?
It's not specific to us. This is a regional memo.
Okay, but even though the stuff just above it was about our town.
No, this whole memo is not specifically about our town. This is a regional memo produced for everyone in the county.
Okay, because it looked like the table before actually looked like stuff related to us. But okay, great. So that answers my question. It's just an example, and the city is just a generic placeholder.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping. So my question then is going back to, and then to sort of combine with them. I mean, what happens if we generated 28 ADUs in 1 year? Right? I mean, what if we were able to do that? And we got the kind of distribution that we needed? Will HCD look at that and say we're on track? You know what I mean? Like if we can overproduce what we put in our plan, will that let us sort of say for that year we're on track, even though we didn't do some of the other things in the plan?
Well, if we're producing units each year, right, that achieves that goal. But that's different than having an overall plan that can be certified. So the plan, trying to get the housing element certified, it has to be specific enough
Right.
such that we can demonstrate that we have a plan for all the units and all the categories,
Yes.
and that we've met the fair housing requirements.
Right. Yeah, I'm asking, so I understand there's two distinctions. We have a plan, we have to get certified. I got that. But now say we had the certified plan that's similar to what's been outlined. But now let's say that in 1 year we generated, in other words, we come up with an ADU, JADU program, and we get the residents of the town excited because they're like, this is where we'd rather, get our housing from. And they generate 28 ADUs in 1 year. Is HCD going to look at that and say, great, you're meeting your numbers? And if we keep doing that, and for argument's sake, for a moment, let's just assume that we generated enough ADUs each year that we hit our, 75 low income. Would HCD say that's fine, even though our certified plan was different? Like, does it really matter at the end of the day, as long as you generate the housing?
It's hard to anticipate how the enforcement is going to go on this. I've been in webinars with the HCD staff, and I heard language from them that I haven't heard before, which was they said they think of the housing element as like a contract. That's the word that they used between the jurisdictions and the state for housing production. So I think that what you're asking, I think it could work, but it's not clear how the requirements to affirmatively further for housing would work, because there's certainly direction from the other regions that have already gone through this process that just having ADUs to meet your very low income and your low income category is generally not considered acceptable because of the AFFH concerns.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know how that would play out.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because when we talked about the sunrise stuff, on the one hand, we could just get a certified plan, and if we don't do anything with Ford Field for 3 years and we're on track without it, then we just keep staying on track. So that's what I guess what I was after is, and I understand what you're saying about the fair housing. I mean, so it's not just the number of units and the distribution, it's also the fair housing. But if you assume we were sort of on the right curve with all those things, without pulling, say, Ford Field into it, would HCD say, yeah, that's okay? Versus you contracted and told us that you would zone Ford Field and you would go get somebody to build housing there, which is different, like that's a different thing. You see what you see the distinction I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, I think I do. And it would depend on the language too that's in the housing element. And so if we're saying there's difference between we will, approach an affordable housing developer and here's the timeline to do it, and we will build a project in 8 years. Okay. That's certain kind of language, and it's pretty much drafted that way. It's drafted pretty strongly that way. So what you're talking about is drafting it a different way and setting different later timelines in the housing element. And then seeing if we're meeting our numbers a different way, and then potentially not doing, we're using the Ford Field Park project as the example, potentially not doing that project.
Right. Or Glen Oaks. I mean, I'm not sure what it ends up being, but the thing I was after was, when I was talking about this sunrise stuff, I don't really need a thing that magically appears. I mean, it could be in the plan the whole time. It's just a question of whether we have to execute on it. So that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, so we do have to have quantified objectives, like specific targets that we're committing to meet and timeline to do it, generally considered by year. And we have to put that into the plan. And then in our annual report every year, we have to say whether we're meeting the targets for that year.
Right. And if the targets are numbers, distribution, and fair housing allocation, whatever the right word is, if that's what it means to meet it, I'm fine with that. If what it means to meet it is you started development on this particular project because you put it in your contract, that seems more worrisome to me. So like you said, maybe it's just a matter of being careful with the language, because I'm fine to make sure we're on the trajectory. I just want to make sure that the trajectory isn't defined by specific projects so tightly that the projects have to get done, even if we overproduced in something else.
Yeah, I think it would have to be drafted that way, and then it would be, we don't know whether that would be considered acceptable or not to be drafted that way.
Yeah. So then my next question is for all the sites that we have here, I mean, what if none of them get built on? Like, you know, we basically say, you know, here they are, they're all available, and 8 years later, nothing gets built. I mean, what's going to happen? Because I mean, you know, the thing is, we the town are not building these things. So I was trying to understand if we've made all this stuff available, and it's not going to be the case that somebody said, oh, well, this thing I said I was going to develop at 30, I'm only developing at 20. We've said we're going to develop it at 30. It's just no development has happened. What would happen in that case? And again, I know I'm taking these to the extreme. I'm just trying to clarify in my brain what kind of flexibility we have here.
Well, it certainly does happen and has happened in past housing elements that they create a site inventory and nothing happens.
Okay.
And that's why they have strengthened the law so much in so many different areas, both in creating the housing element and on the enforcement and reporting side, to make sure that these are feasible sites that are likely to be developed.
Right.
So that's the information that we're required to provide so much information now.
Yeah.
Is because of that issue that's happened in many communities over the years.
Okay, great. And then, Cara, I guess the question, you kind of touched on it earlier, but it was sort of the range of actions that HCD can take. And I guess part of what I was curious is, you know, if the range is something like, well, we're going to just rezone your whole town. I mean, in some sense, if we get pushed to that anyway, then I don't know, in some ways it doesn't feel that much different than, you know, what we're almost getting pushed to. So I was just curious is there a limit to the range of things they can do?
Well, of course, there is a limit. They would not rezone the entire town, probably. What they would do is rezone enough properties to meet our RENA allocation and the buffer. And they would probably look at strategically placing those properties and rezoning certain properties that the state, in its wisdom, thinks appropriately further fair housing, are sufficiently incentivized to develop, further other state goals. And so our point is that what we would prefer, excuse me, to do is to rezone the properties based on our own local values and general plan policies. So that's the rezoning piece of it. I think that there are other consequences of not complying with the law, and those are primarily financial, and they're very significant financial penalties, which really make it almost impossible to survive more than, you know, a year without taking some firm rezoning actions.
Right, but that's more like if you're just basically trying to sort of stiff arm them, right? If you're just saying, no, we're just not going to do it. That's where
Correct.
the financial, I mean, if you're making a good faith effort, presumably you're not going to get financially penalized so much as if they just feel like you're not even trying. Is that roughly the right way to think about it?
We don't have a lot of enforcement history to really judge that at this point, because these new stiffer penalties are very new. And so we don't know if they're going to just levy them across the board on all jurisdictions who have not taken the rezoning actions in the amount of time that they had agreed to in the housing element. So we just don't have enough information on that.
But it sounds like it's mostly around rezoning. Like if you've done the rezoning, that's mostly where this sort of enforcement action would come from.
Yes, that's what HCD is primarily concerned about, is taking some rezoning actions, and they are also concerned about cities and towns designating appropriate sites, whether there are, you can have a range of different housing types on the inventory, but you do have to certainly identify the appropriate number of units on your housing inventory to avoid penalties.
Okay, great. And then other sites on this meeting, is there any chance that there's on the Hawthorne in particular, there's that one house that's there already. Have we approached Mid-Penn about maybe low-income housing for their employees?
We have not had a specific conversation with them about that site. We're scheduled to talk to the folks at MedPen. Jeremy and I are on Friday
Okay.
About the housing element already. We've already got that on the books. We did have previous conversations with them about the historic house and whether the historic house could be reused as housing, and that was not feasible for that project at the time.
Yeah.
But as far as I know, they do have properties where they have employees living on those sites. But I think it's like one unit here or there, more like a caretaker than it is, like multiple units.
Yeah, I know there's a residence there, and I was just wondering if they turned that into somehow multiple residents. I mean, I understand it's not a big number, but I was just curious. And then on the Priory, remind me why the Priory just doesn't have any plans in the next 8 years. Is that why they're not on our list? I know you mentioned this to me before. I've just forgotten.
Yeah, that's correct. So they would stay in the affiliated housing program, but they do not anticipate developing any housing in the next 8 years.
And have we talked to them about maybe encouraging them to do something that they hadn't, planned to do? I mean, is that a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, we talk to them pretty regularly about these things, but they just finished 6 units of housing within the last year. So
Right.
that was a very, very big financial commitment for them.
Right, got it, okay. And then as I understand it, if we're out of compliance, then we have 180 days to come up with new properties to come back into compliance. Is that generally the way this works?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's generally the way the buffer concept in the law works.
Okay. And then moving to this sort of gateway zone concept, could we combine the Ladera Church site, that half acre right at the edge of town, and the Ford's field stuff together? I mean, it would be possible to make that a single zone. I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. I was just curious because it seemed that it'd be interesting if we could combine those two pieces of housing that could be relatively near each other. Maybe that means that Ford Field might be less dense or something. I mean, I don't know exactly, but I guess my curiosity is it possible to have a zone that's not contiguous? Do you just end up labeling the two things with the same zone designation?
I think both of those sites could have a zoning district, like a new gateway zoning district. Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. And in terms of a future affordable housing project, yes, I think it may be possible to combine those two sites if town and the church were to work together with an affordable housing developer. That's an option to be explored. Sure.
Yeah. And obviously not something we directly control, but we could explore it.
Mhm.
Okay. And then I think my last question on the gateway is, we did a 21% buffer, which includes 50 units that the town is basically going to control the build on. So it seemed a little like we're saying 50 units is kind of the sweet spot, which is why we want to put that many units. And yet we're saying, but we're going to put a 20% buffer on it because we might not build that many. And it felt a little odd to me that, I mean, for the things that are in private ownership, I get how you want a 20% because you want to make sure you don't miss your numbers. But it seems like if the town is donating the land, the 21% buffer in addition seemed a little extreme to me. And I was wondering if some blend of, calculating all the private stuff at 21 and calculating the town stuff at 10 or something might make more sense.
I think that that kind of approach could be reasonable. And so that would be kind of a discussion point. But I think people have made similar points about the buffer applying to different categories. And so I think that's interesting and good feedback for the Planning Commission to give to the council.
Okay, great. So thank you. This is so complicated, and I keep trying to get more and more of my head wrapped around it. So I really appreciate all the time you spent, trying to get us through this. So that's it for me, Ann. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Craig. Let me go to Judith.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks in particular to Commissioner Targ and Taylor for putting in all the work on the ideas regarding the sunrise. That's a huge amount of effort. I know how much it is, and at this point, creative ideas are very welcome. So I'm going to transition to nitty-gritty questions. Bear with me. In the today's packet on reg page 5, it says table 1, but on red page 4 it says that scenario shown in table 2. Is that, like, am I missing something here, or is that just a typo? So toward the end of red page 4, it says that scenario is shown in table 2. The result is a projection of 114 units. And yet you go to the next page, it's table 1. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right tables here.
Just a typo.
Okay, so that is the right reference. And then does the proposed site at 4370 Alpine get a bonus density?
4370, yes, it could be eligible for a density bonus under state
Okay.
law.
I know that can't count toward our numbers, but it's good to know. Why is it assumed in that table that SB9 units cannot be low or very low income?
Because I don't think it would be financially feasible to build them at the lower incomes in this community. So we didn't want to make that assumption.
Okay. Red page 6, there is language about the buffer being in the form of, let me see where this is. The buffer can be in the form, about midway down the page, of adding additional, including additional sites, or projecting site capacity at less than the maximum density. I was confused by that. Could you explain in plain English?
I'll try to do plain English, but you know how we planners are. So
Yeah.
the idea here is that maybe you zoned it for 20 units per acre, but then you only projected 18 units instead of 20 in your
I see.
site inventory.
Okay. Okay, great. The legal authority of 21 elements and the method, maybe this is for Kara. I know they're a point of reference, it's ABAG and, a county, related effort, but what is the actual legal authority?
In terms of the ADU allocation, or in terms of what?
Well, it's referenced using ADUs to satisfy RENA, and that's where they say the best practice to look back 3 years. And, I get that we need a rationale that's logical and defendable, but I kind of disagree with their view. And I'm just trying to understand, are we basically bound by their view of best practice on the buffer?
Right. So in terms of the 3-year look back, that's actually a state HCD regulation. In terms of ABAG's, or excuse me, 21 elements, ADU distribution policy, that is something that was developed by 21 elements. It is not binding on the town. The town could come up with its own analysis. However, it does have the benefit of being pre-approved by
Yeah.
HCD.
Yeah, it's a
So it's
safe
essentially a
harbor.
safe harbor, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
If I could add on that, 21 elements, think of it, I think of it as a collaboration. And so 21 elements consults with one of the premier land use and housing attorneys on behalf of all of us. And then they provide these memos, which are like interpretations of state law based on what they've read from other regions and the best interpretations of state law.
Okay. I mean, it's regional and we're the town. I get the safe harbor benefit, but I think there's tension there. We're a tiny town in a very complex county. So I think it is a helpful explanation of how to think about it. I'm curious if you could comment on the thought of adjusting the JADU sizes. Maybe we make them a bit more generous, but to Nicholas's point, they're more economically feasible, and kind of implementing additional incentives along the lines of what the Atherton example was, or the commissioner's memo kind of suggested, and going really hard on those. Would we be able, just your view, no binding, and I know HGD is unpredictable, is it feasible to play around with that and get to a point where we can count those for very low and low?
I think it depends on how we go about it and like how specific we get and how far we would take incentives. So I have worked in Atherton, so I can tell you my professional experience in Atherton. First of all, the way their code is written, they have a floor area. They used to have a floor area bonus for ADUs, and now ADUs are exempt from their floor area requirements up to 1,200 square feet. So we expressly count ADUs in our floor area because we understood that to be the policy choice of the community. So it's like a floor area bonus there. And my experience working there is that they do a tremendous number of demolition and rebuild, much more than we do here on an annual basis. They tear down old houses and rebuild them all the time. And they have a completely ministerial process for all new single family homes. They have no equivalent of ASCC. So even though the ADU is ministerial, that you can build a new house there, you can get approval to build a new house in about 3 months. And so they just build houses very quickly, and they have a lot of spec developers. We have a lot of property owners that are building their houses, and they have a lot of regular architects. And so when I worked there, all the architects knew the rules, and every house had an ADU, and most of them that I observed myself were not being rented at all. They just were extra floor area for the house. So those were my observations when I worked there.
Okay.
So we would have to consider for ourselves some really significant incentives, I think.
Yeah.
And we'd have to think about perhaps financial incentives for JADUs. We've talked about the fact that financial incentives to build an ADU probably don't make sense because they're so expensive to build. But we have a program to incentivize low-income renters already in the housing element. So we'd have to take those things a lot further, I think. Yeah.
I mean, I think in the interest of putting more ideas on the table, that's one thing to play out. I know you've had 100 ideas to follow. This is one where I think the thread kind of got lost for me. So that may be worth looking at. And I'm not trying to do window dressing. I'm really trying to say what would make a difference and what can the town put money behind or effort behind and a campaign behind. So we could talk about that later. Opt-in. This may be for Commissioner Targ and Taylor. Conceptually on the opt-in, it seems like you would have applicants over 3 years, and if you had to, if the sun rose, you would then need to take, maybe you have 5 applicants or 8 applicants. It sounds like there'd have to be a prioritization or an evaluation of those opportunities. and we've constantly been hearing from the planning department that, you know, objective standards tend to be more favored. I don't know if that's the case in this particular instance, but how is it, did you get to the point, or did you not get to the point of looking at how would that prioritization work, and could you form objective standards about where they are, what they are, that, like, I guess that's the question for Laura, is if we could articulate objective standards, or if we couldn't, is that a necessary part of that opt-in mechanic? So I don't know who wants to take what did you think about in terms of selecting the winning applicant if the sun rises on that?
Right, so we certainly didn't come up with the set of, I'll call them variables, that we would measure people against. I
Okay.
think we could. You know, my goal was really, you know, the original opt-in thing just seemed just chaos in terms of planning. So we were trying to basically constrain it. And also, you know, one measure would be, you know, if you put in more houses on a lot instead of a McMansion, you might have less impact. And, you know, so sort of looking at the overall impact to the neighbors and the quality of the build and the purpose, you know, to Ann's point of, you know, is it a co-op or something else? I mean, so I think we could come up with some of those, you know, variables or scales or whatever you want to call them, and then measure the different, I mean, I think we'd have to, right? I mean, it couldn't just be planning commission going, well, you know, we like this idea and we didn't like these other ones. I mean, that would be pretty hard to see how that would fly.
Right.
So I think we could do it, but no, we did not get into the details of how to do it. I think it was more, we hope to find something that wasn't just arbitrary, you know, it wasn't some investor or some homeowner just saying, well, what the hell, I'm going to just do what I want to do. It was, it would come to the planning commission as a PUD, and we would look at it more holistically. I don't know if you want to add to that, Nicholas.
Well, I think that there are two things. One is it may be that we want to go and run a little almost RFP or beauty competition with them, regardless of where we are, and see if people have really good ideas. The issue of objective standards in the context of something like a planned unit development works differently than within the context of an ordinary zoning. The ordinary zoning would still exist, but you might have, for example, an overlay that allows you to increase, provided the town in its discretion authorized such a use. And I think that, and I can see Cara kind of making faces here, Palo Alto has a program that's a little bit like that. And I know that Redwood City does too. This isn't a wholly out of whole cloth kind of approach. But I think that you would be able to have some flex. It would be a discretionary decision. You'd need to have some boundaries, so it's not an arbitrary decision, of course. But I don't think that you would have the same kind of limitations that you would with an ordinary set zoning. I don't know. Attorney, do you want to weigh in on this, or do you want to say we'd go and work it out using an appropriate land use tool, which I think we could, rather than trying to hash out something specific right now to answer.
And I'm not looking for that, just to be clear. I just want a direction on how to think about that. Okay. Laura, or Cara, would the opt-in be in lieu of SB 9? In my impression, SB 9 is everywhere. And this is on top of that, right? Tell me if that's wrong.
The way that it's drafted right now, the thought of it was to be sort of an alternative that may be more appealing so that people would do the opt-in instead of do SB9. And then
Yeah.
we could have set better standards and perhaps most importantly, have the increased setbacks.
But if my neighbor were to opt in, and, you know, okay, they're opting into a setback situation, but there's nothing at all from having the rest of the neighborhood just do an SB9 approach, right? It's
Correct.
not precluding anything else. It's just,
No.
and it's a carrot, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. The deed restriction on Ford Field, is it correct? And this might be for Commissioner Targ, who might remember that the deed restriction ends anyway in 2031?
Correct, it does. It
Yeah.
ends in 2031.
Okay. There is some mention of amnesty ADUs in a lot of the correspondence that we've been receiving. How, if at all, would those work? Do we have experience with amnesty ADUs, like even counting toward RETA, or would they just be nice additional housing to add to our stock?
We don't have a definitive answer on that. This is one of
Okay.
the questions that we're asking follow up with the HCD staff person.
Okay,
So we don't know whether they would count or not. But we can reasonably assume if there are physical changes that have to be made, like you get a
Yeah.
building permit and you do something, then we feel like those could count.
okay. And just to be clear, the Fogarty and Neely, you spoke with both of those on affiliated housing and they're not in a position now, is that correct?
We did not speak to either of them specifically about affiliated housing, to my knowledge. I
Is
did
that-
not speak to Fogarty or Neely about affiliated.
Is that possible?
It may be possible. I mean, they may be interested in a small number of units for their workers.
Yeah.
You know, the people that we included are in affiliated were those that had previously reached out to us that wanted to be included, Ladera Church and Christ Church.
I would think it's worth a phone call. I mean, we're just really trying to press every lever that we have, but it may result in nothing, but it's a phone call. Frog Pond versus the road remnant. There were some comments that are saying you're taking away my frog pond, but I think the idea was the road remnant is adjacent. And I think the issue is the environmental impact on the frog pond. I just want to clarify, the road remnant is a separate piece of property. It's just the ripple effects of developing there that are potentially going to implicate the frog pond. Is that correct?
Yes, the road remnant
Okay.
is a separate piece of property
Yeah.
and there was concern about the potential impact on the frog pond.
Okay, okay. And there was a reference in the housing element draft to 4370, the offices, they're being underutilized, but there's no backup for it. There's no underlying facts. How do we know? And like, is that okay to just say that without supporting evidence in the housing element?
I think we need to probably develop it a little bit more, but we do know that there's regularly spots that are being leased. We do know, do you know what I mean, that it's not full. And we do know that the property owners have at least some interest in the development in the future.
Yeah.
So we're using that term because it's common in planning language to refer to
Mhm.
something that does not typically leased up to be underutilized.
I think there's a difference between high turnover and underutilization. And my impression is people come and people go there. I live right near there. So in the interest of being like plain English accurate, I would want that clarified, but we can deal with that. That's a minor issue. All right, I have a bunch of comments, but those are my questions for now, and I'll turn it over, I guess, to John.
You're muted.
There we go. Sorry, I actually do not have any questions.
Okay, good. That was quick. Nicholas, do you have more questions?
I have no more questions.
Okay, I have a few questions. Laura, you talked about some programs for ADUs, and those would be automatically triggered. I had misunderstood that before. I thought all our ADU encouraging programs were going to get started right away. What's the trigger? How soon will they get triggered, and what's the criteria?
Okay, so if you're in the housing element itself,
Yeah.
we're looking at policy number 7 and programs that are like 7-1, 7-2, etc.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to let Carla talk for a little while. So Carla, could you explain this, please, and how we talked with HCD and what happened?
So for specific to programs 7, let me just scroll down, 7.6 and then 7.7, I think we discussed last time. The time frame for 7.6, which was developing the affordable ADU rental program to match low-income tenants. That program would be developed June 2023, and then we would assess how well the ADU production was going every 2 years, beginning the following year. So that was something that HCD had recommended, that we put in something where we're regularly looking to see how things are going. And if we're not meeting our target, they recommended we provide additional incentives. So in that program, we had put in there, just looking here, some additional financial incentives. Am I missing anything else? I think that was 7.6. And did you want me to go over 7.7 as well? Okay, so for 7.7, that one entails preparing pre-approved preliminary floor plans for ADUs and JADUs. And again, this would be assessing every 2 years if we're meeting our RHNA targets. So we would establish the floor plans by December 2023 and start assessing every 2 years. And the additional incentive that we had put in here was the expedited plan checking to help kind of better streamline the process and make it faster.
And when we say we're gonna see our ADU production, that sounds kind of qualitative, like we're saying, or in the draft right now, that we're gonna have 11 ADUs a year. So if we get to year 4 and we're supposed to have 44, but we only had 42, does that trigger these things? Or, well, 42 is kind of close to 44. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, how much of a guillotine is it?
I think we'd probably see how the production is going in the other areas,
I see.
right? If like we're meeting everything overall, then we probably would not be super strict. But if we're really falling behind, then we would probably put into effect right away once we evaluated it.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks. And Cara, have you looked at the this Ford Field to baseball thing? If we use that for housing, can we really just pay penalties? Are there breach clauses that are straightforward, or in your view, would it be more of a mess than that?
So there are 2 different ways of looking at it. One is it's possible that the state would just require a reimbursement of the grant money. And preferably we would negotiate a prorated reimbursement. Maybe we'd get Nicholas to be on the negotiating team there.
Yeah,
and we would then, because we have obviously utilized the baseball field for a number of years.
right.
So that would be one approach. The other approach would be to try to, and again, this is a big community outreach process. Before we take away a baseball field, of course, we would want to hear from the stakeholders there, and there are both youth and adults who use that field. And so if after that outreach, we decide to perhaps relocate the field, either on the site, the Ford Field site itself, or elsewhere in the town. If we were to do that, I think we could negotiate something with the state to continue to use the funds for that purpose, and hopefully not incur any penalties or have to repay the grant funds.
Okay, great. And I think this is for Nicholas and Craig. How, on this Sunrise proposal, I understand that you're proposing that we increase the ADU number by a lot. And then if we don't hit that, we fall back or trigger Ford Field or Ford area. Are you, in order to hit the low income target, which is the hard number, are you proposing 21 additional ADU? So we add that to the 11, and then the plan is that what you try to get to HCD is that we'd have 32 ADUs every year for 8 years.
Craig, shall I answer for myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. That is not what
Okay,
we are
tell me what you're
proposing.
proposing.
That is not what we're proposing. The number of ADUs very likely could go up if we had a significantly more robust program.
Mhm.
I'm not in a position to create a significantly more robust program, nor to say how many more units should be increased. There are other people who are, who are paid to think about that sort of thing.
But can I just
who are
jump in?
experts.
The difficulty is if we are trying to not use the Ford Field, that's 50 units in the low income category. Since the formula that we're allowed to use is 30%, that in order to make up 50 low income by ADUs, you would have to have 166.
So I'm not convinced that we're not going to do something on Ford Field, but I don't know.
I thought your proposal was to increase, or I guess that's good, we're clarifying. I thought your proposal was to increase the ADU by so much that then Ford Field wasn't necessary, and then you'd only do Ford Field in 3 years, or put it back on the list in 3 years if we weren't meeting this ambitious ADU thing. Tell me what the program is if it's not that.
And I'm glad you asked. No, in 3 years, we ought to be able to know what the scale is that we're going to be doing. And, it may be that the numbers are sufficiently high that we wouldn't need to develop there. That would be a little surprising for me. On the other hand, a smaller project in that location, particularly if it were coupled with a project over at Ladera Church, would be plausible as well. I'd be surprised if that again, I'm not the person to say what our numbers are going to be. But what I am saying is there's no reason to think that our numbers couldn't be a whole lot better than what was being proposed, and that it would create additional flexibility in what we're going to build at Ford Field or a number of other locations around the community. But it takes to say that it's going to be off the table completely would be surprising to me.
Okay.
And I would just add, taking Ford Field off the table is kind of at the limit. I mean, it might be possible if people really stepped up. What are the chances of that? I mean, that I think is the tough thing. I mean, a JDU with an income of $91,000 a year doesn't strike me as an unreasonable thing if the town really decided they wanted to go there. The problem I have is unless we get, some sort of real estate housing economist who could basically make some predictions on, who's willing to actually rent their places, because that's the other part of this, right? Is are people willing to do that? And I think that's the thing we just don't know. But what I'd like to do is try to see us put a program in place, because if nothing else, maybe it means Glen Oak doesn't get developed at all. Like that, those numbers go away because we've captured some of that stuff. So I think that was the idea, is let's have a really robust program and look at it for a couple of years and see what we're getting out of it. And I think that would inform us for what the next steps would be.
And you got, Laura, it was so helpful to have your knowledge about Atherton. I mean, Atherton does seem like not a reasonable comparison just on its geography, but then the fact that they just allow ADUs to be bonuses over their floor area is very interesting. I'll be interested to, Craig and Nicholas, I suppose you don't know this, do other towns allow ADUs at the 4-foot setbacks in all cases? Unlike us, where we've, for fire safety, we've put some pretty severe conditions on that.
But we
We
do
can
allow
take a look, but it's one of, if you know the answer, but other than, otherwise, the Woodside's ordinance is right online. I'm sure that Kara could take a quick look at it right now and tell us what the answer is. Kara?
You could too, Nicholas.
I can tell you that Atherton's ordinance has 2 different sizes, kind of similar to ours. So if you're on the 4-foot setback, you get 800 square feet. And if you're not, if you comply with the base setback, you get 1,200 square feet.
Oh, okay.
So similar to ours.
Similar,
And
yeah.
then Hillsborough had a lot of problems with theirs. They put an ordinance into effect immediately when the code went into effect. And then there was a lot of backlash. And I think that they repealed that and then put something else in place, but it was a big issue for them. But I don't know the specifics.
Okay, yeah.
But it is interesting to see that Atherton is more similar to ours than it might have appeared at first blush.
We actually work really closely with them. We have staff in common through our consultant planners, and their town planner is a colleague and my former boss.
Let's see, and my last one is for Nicholas and Craig. You all didn't talk much about this when you gave your update, but this one sentence really surprised me in your write-up. So I just wanted to see what you were thinking here. You have a sentence here that says the town should undertake significant efforts to identify 1 or more substitute sites. This is in reference to the Ford Field for upzoning to lessen impacts to the environment and the general plan. I feel like, the town made a housing committee a year ago and put 15 people on it, including 2 from the planning commission, including Nicholas Targ. And we studied everything. We brainstormed, we looked at all the sites. What are you imagining that the town would do now that would be different than what Nicholas, you and others did the past year?
I'm aware that there are other parcels in town that haven't been explored as vigorously as it could be. This isn't the appropriate forum to talk about
But
it.
you didn't bring it up. We had like a meeting every month, sometimes twice a month, sometimes for 6 hours. Why didn't those sites come up then is what I'm wondering. I feel like it's wishful thinking to think there's some secret sites that you didn't bring up before and you're going to bring up later, or people are going to imagine. I feel like we did a really thorough job. I mean, just so thorough. The idea that there's going to be other sites that emerge in the time frame we need them to emerge is doesn't seem reasonable to me.
I appreciate your opinion. If you only found one sentence in our 8-page
Okay.
memo that you found objectionable, I think we've probably done pretty well. I appreciate also the value that you've placed in the analysis that we did. I'd point out that there have been, as you're aware, and as we've talked about in this meeting already, additional properties that are coming online right now that haven't been fully explored. And those properties could be explored. And there are other properties that were discussed, and there are additional potentials for participation in our affiliate group. And I think that, as you probably also aware, that there's been some changes in the tenure of certain of the larger properties in town. And I think that it is probably worth exploring a changing Portola Valley real estate market to see what may be available. But again, it may be that that there is nothing further available, and we've really scraped the barnacles. I don't think that that's the case, because you do live in a dynamic community. Things do change, and people do too. So yeah, I think that it is worth evaluating what other options may be available. But I appreciate it.
Yep, okay, thanks, and I appreciate to hear your thinking on that.
And the other thing I would add is, I don't think we fully harness the community. Because we have a community that's been quite generous, and maybe there's some other options there. Maybe somebody willing to donate something. Maybe people are willing to donate to a fund to buy the acre that we need. I mean, I don't know right now. I mean, that's part of why I'd like to make sure that we get something certified by HCD, because we have a deadline, but that we give the community an opportunity to step up. And if they step up, then I want to make sure we have some options besides exactly what got certified, that we're not just locked into that. And if we don't, then great. You guys, the ad hoc committee, did the best they could, and that's what we got, and we go. But we're just now getting to the point where the community can say, okay, we get what's here. Here's what we can do about it. So that's the other piece I'd add to it.
Mhm. Yeah, actually, let me ask that to Laura and maybe Cara. If we, let's say the town submits the plan that's the draft right now, and it gets approved, and then in a year, a wealthy donor brings up a lot, I can't quite picture where this is, but says their house, they want to tear it down anyhow, they want to donate their lot for whatever the town wants to use. And we look at that and go, ooh, that'd be great for some more housing. Let's do that. And we like that site better than some of our others that haven't gotten started, just nobody's gotten going. Is there any problem with us? I guess we have to have a bunch of public meetings and make a new decision, but we can revise our housing element, right? And put in this new magic lot and take away some other lot that was less favorable. Is that right?
We can revise our housing element, but to your example, we wouldn't necessarily have to, because there can be housing sites that are not on our housing sites inventory, and they would still count towards arena if the building permits were issued, as long as they're net new housing units.
I see. And what we cannot do, though, is what I was sort of going down the path. If there's some other site we sort of wish we didn't have to develop, we can't yank away the zoning approval that we gave at the end of 2022. So it doesn't really.
Right. In general, we can't take it away. We can add more. We can do general plan amendment and zoning code amendment at any time in the community to allow a higher intensity of development.
I see. Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be that. You could do that action outside of a housing element update cycle.
Yeah. Okay. And then my last question is for you, Laura. On the SB9, adding the 6 units that you had, those are 6 housing units. So potentially that's just two lots, right? The way the SB9 works with splitting plus ADUs. Is that right?
Yeah, it could just be two projects, you know, depending on what someone wanted to build, it's maybe 2 or 3 projects.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a small number.
And do you have any insight based on, I guess, Southern California, whether HCD is going to allow this number, and can we push that much higher? Because I mean, it seems like for free in the housing certification, because people have the right to do this anyhow. We don't have to change any zoning. They can do it, right? If we're too ambitious, it may be a trouble in actually producing the housing, but that's problem number 2 in my view, compared to problem number 1.
Yeah, so 2 different problems. I agree with you. HCD basically said it's going to be very hard to count SB9 units, and you would need some data to back it up. So you might recall in the Housing Element Committee, I said several times, we cannot count
Right,
these units very much. It's, you know what I mean, kind of a risky proposal.
right.
That's why staff thought that such a small number could be feasible, right? Because over 8 years, certainly there'll be a couple of projects.
You would
The
think.
cities or towns that are putting in larger numbers already have SB9 projects that are in active application, and they're using that as the kind of evidence that there's going to be more.
Yeah, I see. Okay, thanks. Okay, is that all the questions from the commissioners for now? This is the point in the meeting where we go to public comments. I might suggest though a 5-minute bio break. What do people think? Yeah, I see some hands. Okay. So it's 9:16. We'll be back at 9:21. If you want to make a comment, we're going to use a 3-minute limit. Is that good with my fellow commissioners? I will be strict though, so please put your most important comments at the beginning. So if you get cut off at the 3 minutes, you've said the most important things. So go ahead and raise your hand if you want to speak. We'll call on people when we get back in 5 minutes. Start. We'll go ahead and start. It's 9:22. I see lots and lots of hands up, which is great. And we will just call on people in order, and everybody's got 3 minutes, but it's fine to take less time to speak. First, Dale Fowl.
Through the chair, if I could, if it's okay with the commission, we'll use our normal process where we keep track of the questions and we do our best to answer them at the end of all the public comments.
Yes, I like that format. Good. Thank you for clarifying that. Go ahead, Dale, if you can unmute.
Just a second, we're getting there.
Okay.
Dylan, do you have it? I'm just not sure if we've got the timer running. Just a second, please.
Okay. Great. Let's see, does Dale need to unmute?
You will need to unmute on his side. Dylan, do you've got the timer going now? Are you ready?
I do, yes.
I just
Okay.
unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can, that's great.
Okay, thank you very much for letting me speak. And first of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Targ and Mr. Taylor for a very well thought out memo, and in particular, bringing the importance of the general plan to the fore. I really wish everyone had read the general plan and would appreciate it. I have 3 specific comments. Number 1, regarding the Dorothy Ford Park. It's pretty clear to me that this was intended to be open space. It's mentioned in the general plan as open space. I don't think there's any disagreement about what open space means. Open space is open space. It's not meant to be turned into housing or anything else. If there was a mistake it was done by the town and not putting a deed restriction on the property when the town actually bought it with donated funds. So I am very against using Dorothy Ford Park for anything other than open space. Number two, on the opt-in, I think Craig said it best last meeting. I think this is a terrible idea. I think there are other people who have really specific comments, but mine goes more to precedent. You know, I'm not real fond of things that you suddenly turn on, want to turn off. That leads to all sorts of moral dilemmas in the future. And I think this is just a bad idea. And my third item, and I feel like you've been spitting into the wind for over a year, and I do appreciate Commissioner Targ for mentioning it, is I think you're working a little bit blind without having the and the new fire maps and trying to make decisions as you go forward. I think this is critically important. And I think that we should really take our time and think about this. I object to what I consider to be an artificial time frame to get this to HCD and get their approval. I think we could push those limits to give us more time to really get some good community input and probably take more ideas that the Commissioner Targ and Commissioner Taylor came up with. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thanks, Dale. Next up is David Cardinal.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed tonight. I've heard a lot, I think, of magical thinking and denialism after a year of really hard work by the Housing Committee. The idea that the HCD will give us 3 years to basically do nothing, putter around, and then start a 5-year development on Ford Field that will end year 8 and suddenly meet all of our very low-income housing is fantasy. That's not going to happen in Sacramento or whatever. It'd be nice, but it's not going to happen. So I think we need to, if we wanted 3 months, they might give us that if we had a plan. Then second, I think, we had a year of hard work by 15 people, the town staff, and tonight we were treated to an overthrow of that by 1 or 2 commissioners who started over and gave their long-winded opinion of what we might do. And I don't get that, frankly. I do appreciate Craig's perspective about promoting ADUs. I think that's great. If we, as a town, can create enough very low-income housing through ADUs, it'll be really easy to stop other development. We are really, 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 really good at stopping development. We've proven that. That's the least of our worries. Our problem is actually doing anything. And so I think we have to fire it up, and no one's going to believe that we're going to make development happen because we have never made development happen. As far as town building on land, for example, we failed at building at Blue Oaks, at Al's Nursery, at the town center. So why would anyone believe that we have the wherewithal to actually put pen to paper and make development happen? So we've heard from everybody involved that we need to approve a plan that includes fairly high density housing, which could be at Nat Horse Triangle or Dorothy Field Park. I think we have to decide. I personally would think a commercial district or multi-use district around Nat Horse Triangle would be really cool. It could be great with a roundabout. We're supposed to be a progressive, climate-friendly town, and we have 1,000 people who work here every day, but I didn't hear tonight at any point anybody saying, what do we do to actually serve the people who work here? How do we address our responsibility as a town and not make them commute 3 hours in gas guzzlers? So I'd love to see us take a positive step and go forward instead of just what's the most weaselly course we can take to not do what the state wants. So that's unusually long for me, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. And next is George Savage.
Yes, hi, George Savage here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to thank the subcommittee. I really want to praise Commissioner Targ and Taylor for taking a creative look at the issue with our general plan first and foremost in mind. I think it's a marked improvement over the existing proposals, a very thoughtful proposal, particularly like the sunrise provision that allows us to see how things work out, and also how political environment changes, as well as housing production works when people understand the incentives for creating ADUs and the needs of the town, which is something that really hasn't been on anyone's radar, not during the pandemic for sure. And when one is looking at historic ADU creation and the pandemic is part of the baseline, that makes it challenging. When it comes to Ford Field, I think that should remain open space. I'm a little mystified why Town Center didn't come up. At the last meeting, Laura acknowledged that the soccer field at Town Center at the back was never considered for the high density housing. And I think that this is a viable spot. It's out of the view corridor. It would preserve Dorothy Ford Field, and I think it's something we should consider. Coming to the opt-in proposal, again, I like the reframing of that. I think if we went with a hard cap and a sunrise on that, we really need a new term for it, because it really is what's being described amounts to the town council and the planning commission assessing up to 4 additional sites if they need to, and not the distorted incentives that have us all concerned about essentially the person who buys a property deciding on their zoning as part of their purchase decision, which we've already talked about the adverse incentives of that whole thing. And then finally, I would just put in another plea along the lines that Dale just mentioned for consideration of evacuation and safety as we add new higher density developments. That should be a consideration if somebody is rezoning a particular property, is how the additional cars are going to get out. And with that, I just want to thank everyone for all the hard work.
Welcome. Thanks, George. Next is William Russell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. 2 questions for Cara and 1 comment. The first question is this: if 253 units are specifically proposed to the state and the state approves all of them, am I correct that the state cannot refuse certification because no buffer is provided? That's the first question. We do know that if we fall out of compliance, that we do have 6 months to come back into compliance, which is reasonable. And if Laura is only half correct, that the state is going to consider this as a contract, the very last thing we want to do is to put in proposals for development that we are going to resist and reject for very good reasons down the road. It seems to me that there is really, on a first pass, no reason to have any buffer, or if there is going to be a buffer, it should only apply to those properties for which there has been no building permit issued, and there is something akin to a realistic possibility that they may not be developed. My next question for Cara is this: if an upzoning plan is now adopted, does this mean that the owner of every parcel in town that is equal to or greater than 1 acre will now be entitled to build as many as 4 units per acre, and the town will have no ability to limit the number of developable properties to 12 in number or any other number? I do understand that the town will have the ability to limit what the development properties will actually look like, but is there any ability to limit the number of developable properties in order to avoid what we've all referred to previously as the race to the bottom? Those are my comments.
Great, thank you. Next is Gary Morgenthaler.
I want to thank the Planning Commission for a very thoughtful discussion, and Commissioners Targ and Taylor for creative thinking and problem solving that respects Portola Valley's traditions and the multiple elements of its general plan, not simply the housing element. AHEC proposes a patchwork approach to meeting our California state and RENA housing mandates. The entrepreneurial founders of Portola Valley, Bill Lane, Herb Dengler, and others, would have favored a market-based approach to meeting our RENA requirements that relies on individual choice and individual initiative to motivate action by reducing government regulations and by increasing economic incentives. Portola Valley, as was mentioned by one of the commenters, significantly constrains the production of ADU and JADUs through time-consuming, laborious, and expensive regulations and a permitting process that is manifold, including civil engineering, structural engineering, size, height, AMFA limitations, architectural limitations, setbacks, and many other limitations. Our permitting process needs to be reimagined to make it faster, easier, less restrictive, and less expensive if we want to meet ADU and JADU housing goals. HCD tasked our town staff to look deeper into economic incentives for ADUs and JADUs. Portola Valley has a $4.6 million low-income housing fund that can and should be used for incentivizing JADUs. If indeed, as Commissioner Targ says, that JADU can be established for as little as $50,000, our low-income housing fund could directly support the creation of 90 JADUs. JADUs meet our multiple goals. They're distributed across Portola Valley. They do not disadvantage any specific neighborhood. Their land cost and construction investment cost is already made. They're cheap and low cost to produce. They meet the needs of low and very income housing applicants, and they can be produced quickly to meet RENA goals. One final point, instead of distributing low income housing across Portola Valley, placing 50 very low income units on Ford Field concentrates them all in one location. This forever eliminates Ford Field as open space, and it turns Ford Field into a 1970 style low income, high density Bedford-Stuyvesant style government housing project and a new age ghetto. This is not the vision of Portola Valley's founders, and it's against everything we stand for as a community.
Thanks, Gary. Next is David Murdoch.
Hello, can you hear me?
You know, we can, but it's sort of soft. Can you talk up louder or closer to the mic?
Sorry. Okay, so my name is David Murdoch. I am head of the team that built and run Murdoch's Equestrian Setup. And I thank you.
For a minute there, we could hear you clearly, but then it got, just the audio quality went down.
Sorry.
I think that's better. Say a few more words.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try this. Okay. So in 1998, I secured the lease of what was then called Brandywine Farm. This was a property predominantly housing polo ponies and conservatively can be said to be in a state of disrepair. I put together a team of people who had a vision to build a barn and facility that would be an asset to the town and a happy home for horses and horse enthusiasts alike. We set about putting together an application for a conditional use permit under the guidance of local architect, Mr. Ken Kornberg. To make a long story short, in many meetings with the town planning department and on-site visits, it was made very clear that the use of the property was to remain recreational and that there were several constraints that needed to be adhered to. The major requirement was the protection of the creek and the steelhead trout. The second requirement was the Alpine Road would remain a scenic corridor, and there needed to be a setback of 125 feet from the road. We created a set of plans and eventually received our conditional use permit. It was then that we were advised that the setback from the creek had to be 150 feet and that our plan did not comply. We then created a new design, much better than the first, and eventually got a conditional use permit and started construction. I mentioned all the process to remind the town of the importance of the environment, the importance of the rural appearance, and the importance of the recreational use was so important 20 plus years ago, and I would hope that it still was today. We are very proud of the facility we created, and even more proud of the joy so many members of the community have enjoyed at Glen Oaks. To give you some idea, Glen Oaks, through Isola Stables and Isola Riding Academy, teaches approximately 10,000 lessons a year and provides more than 300 camp holidays to children. Runs a very active pony club and participates in IEA, the Interscholastic Equestrian Association. All of these activities provide children and families who cannot afford their own horse with an introduction to the care and welfare of animals and a chance to compete at a very affordable level. These activities employ many people who depend on their work here for their livelihood. There is no doubt that horses provide a well-documented mental and physical benefit to all the age groups, especially for young children and teenagers, especially now during these difficult COVID times. Please take time to read some of the letters from the kids and their families who ride at Glen Oaks, and you will have no doubt as to the total joy they receive from being part of our family.
Great. Thanks, David. Next, we have Judith Murphy.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, commissioners, for wrestling with this difficult assignment. Couple of things. One, you need the wisdom of Solomon to solve the puzzle the state has given us while respecting the culture and the history of the town. Luckily, you have a roadmap that has always guided decisions in this town, the carefully crafted general plan. Some of the solutions proposed have nicely been called not in compliance with the general plan. I would call a spade and say they are in violation of the general plan. People talk blithely about amending the general plan to match whatever the housing element turns out to finally be. But the elements of the general plan are not simply rules to be changed at whim. This is the constitution of the town, and it should be respected as such. Number two, many people prefer SB 9 to opt-in upzoning because they believe it provides additional protection, especially what I've heard is people worried about restrictions on owner occupancy for 3 years and no one doing this on adjacent lots, which they think protects the neighborhoods better. And I agree. But if the planning director could give us reassurance that those same restrictions might be able to be written into our new local upzoning rules, then that would eliminate those concerns and would give a clear advantage over SB 9 choices, because then we could apply our usual setbacks, design guidelines, processes through ASCC and planning, etc. And we lose those in the mandated ministerial process for SB 9 development. My preference would be to do as a finite number of PUDs, as was brought up tonight. And number three, the committee of committees reported to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee from our May meeting included this strong consensus by all 7 committees, not just conservation and open space. It's quoting, "Our parks and open spaces should be fiercely protected from development. State laws now prohibit creating parks to avoid building housing, so it might be nearly impossible to create new parks in the future. It's cavalier to say use one now and make another one later. There was much resistance to building on any of our public parklands, while some thought it was probably inevitable. Demands on fields and courts have been increasing despite a stable population. They will be under increased strain with more use from a larger population we'll soon see. The town should not be merely protecting the parks and open spaces, but proactively looking for ways to increase them if possible. If this sunrise approach holds out the possibility of avoiding building on open spaces, I am all for it. I think you don't need to do it as a complex written into RENA sunrise. Put in the RENA that you've gotten developed and then simply do it. We own that land. We can drag our feet on Ford Field and push like crazy to get ADUs, especially if the town will start pushing ADUs now, simplifying the process now, giving the enhancements now for ADUs. I think we might be able to do it. So my goal would be to publicize it as Save Ford Field, build an ADU. Thank you.
Thanks, Judith. Next, we have Peter Lippman.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thank you guys very much for dealing with such a difficult topic. I particularly appreciate the comments by the subcommittee on the situation with Ford Field. I think the three main points they make on page 22 in the red print are just completely on target. And these have been alluded to by others, but I would just second that the first point is the lack of consistency with the town's general plan. As Judith just said, it would, well, my term would be that it would turn the town plan on its head. If you look at the open space preserve components of the general plan, there is just no way to rewrite that plan. You abandon it. The second point is, another main point is the terms under which the property was conveyed. It was so clearly conveyed by the early residents of the town to be open space. It's been a formal open space preserve of the town for 50 years. The town is built on mutual understanding and trust. If you develop this open space preserve, you really violate the spirit of the town. The third issue is a more technical one, and that's whether the property in fact could be developed along the lines that the schematic plan suggests, which is 50 units on 2.5 acres. But the fact of the matter is that 2.5 acres is the entire parcel, including the buffers for the scenic highway and for the stream. So there's really about 1.6 or 1.5 acres that's developable. That's 31 units per acre of developable land. If you rezone Dorothy Ford Park, which is a single entity, for 20 units per acre, that would actually permit putting 144 units on that developable piece of land. Be careful of what kind of Pandora's box you open. And my final point is the inclusionary housing fund is something like $4.8 million. Why can't it be used to acquire a suitable parcel of land, hopefully close to the town center rather than out on the periphery and the gateway? And what more appropriate purpose for an inclusionary fund than to help subsidize low-income housing? Thank you very much. And I look forward to your comments to the council.
Great. Thanks, Peter. Next, Gary Nielsen.
Now I think you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much in advance for listening to my comments. I just want to give you my view on the Ford Field issue and the use of it as a housing project. And what I'll do is I'll read you my comments that I've already sent to the town website. And this is what I wrote. The draft housing element refers to what we call Ford Field as town-owned vacant land. It is not. It is the Dorothy Ford Park open space, and it was gifted in part to the town by Town Ford for a recreational field and permanent open space. This open space has been known, I think others have said the same thing before me. It's been known as and used as the Dorothy Ford Park open space for 50 years now. And no matter what the legal protection or lack thereof, to convert this space to housing would be, in my view, a brazen abrogation of a promise made 50 years ago. Open space protection from housing applies or should apply to all of our open spaces acquired by direct gifts of open space, lands deeded to the town, open spaces acquired by the town through cash gifts from residents, and funds from the utility users tax, which was approved by voters. None of our open spaces are available for housing, nor should they be. And let me just say, in the interest of full disclosure, that I've been a member of the Open Space Committee for 22 years now, since I retired from my years on the town council. And so the comments I just made are mine only, and they are not on behalf of the Open Space Committee or any of its members. However, the committee will meet on July 7th, and you can hear what their comments are then. I'm glad to hear that the town is going to meet with Susan Ford Dorsey, and I hope that conversation turns out fruitful and well. Great work, folks. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Next, we have Bob Schultz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's good.
Great. Thank you, commissioners. I would like to ask that the same concern and consideration in looking for alternatives to the Ford Field site be also shown to the Nathorst Triangle. On town-owned lands such as Ford Field, the town can precisely control the scope of development and number of units since it owns the property directly. But on private land such as the proposed 20 units per acre 4395 Alpine, the town could lose local control to density bonus laws, and it will be possible to see 43 units developed there, yet only get RENA credit for only 23. Additionally, the town is required to give concessions to developers, such as further reduction to the amount of parking. This development, combined with the adjacent non-fire hardened high-density Willow Commons project currently being constructed, and the proposed 9+ units at 4370 Alpine, and the proposed opening of Hawthorne's open space right across the street from all three of these properties, could create a perfect storm of traffic, parking, fire safety, and evacuation issues. Envision the pedestrian and traffic safety concerns and the overflow parking of Portola Road near Windy Hill, or Arastadero near the Alpine Inn. Now combine that with these 65+ new units and hundreds of cars from visitors and new residents. Now add in the Alpine Portola traffic congestion seen every school day during drop-off and pickup at one of the town's most busy intersections. Adding something like a fire that we've seen last week in Redwood City and the Edgewood fire, this would be disastrous. I ask, please do not allow 20 units per acre upzoning in Nathorst. Please do not pack it all in the triangle, and please don't pit neighborhood against neighborhood. Instead, look for ADUs, JADUs, affiliated sites, and other town-owned sites such as Town Center. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Bob. And next we have Tom Lanch.
Hi, good evening. And again, I'd like to thank the commissioners for their work. Just a couple of points. One, I'd like to emphasize the point that was brought up by Commissioner Taylor with regards to the probability of execution of these options. I think that has an impact on timing, certainty, things like the buffer, all of these as part of the submission. I think that's just prudent. Things that are in your control, you can do something about and execute versus things that are less controllable. So I think that's first. The second point that he also made is, and it was emphasized by one of my other colleagues from the community, is community involvement. I mean, I don't think people appreciate, maybe not enough people appreciate the magnitude of the problem we face in having this rulings coming down from Sacramento and impacting our community. And we're fortunate in many ways that this community has a lot of means, as we all know. And I think many people could take advantage of that if it was building ADUs or other things, if they knew it was going to save other things. So I think that was a big involvement. My question really is around this opt-in policy and the precedents that that opt-in policy sets. Certainly, there are some areas of this town that have rather large acreage. So once that precedent is set of what is defined as opt-in, those larger acreage spots are going to be much more interesting for developers to come in and build multiple units. We're not talking about 4 units. Those are going to be very, I mean, we all know the price of land in this town. It's going to be very difficult in many cases to make that economically interesting for a developer on 3 or 4 units on the price of these lots. But some of these lots are quite large in some of these communities, 5 acres, 10 acres in some cases. That could be significant. So the definition of that opt-in policy was not really embodied in the documents that I read that was robust enough for us to have an opinion on that versus this SB 9, although it was viewed as a better alternative, but it wasn't clear why it's better, certainly in the documentation that I read. One of the previous, again, colleagues from the neighborhood mentioned SB 9 has some, in practice, benefits as far as its control, given the fact that it is not extensive across multiple lots, that the owner has to live on it, et cetera, et cetera. So it slows down this developmental interest. And so flushing that out in greater detail, I think, is incredibly important. And last but not least, I'd like to understand, as part of this plan with the numbers that we have, are those SB 9 lots or the opt-in lots going to be identified at the time of this plan submission, or is it TBD in the future and left quite open-ended? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, Nan Shostak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, obviously this is a Nan, but it's rather somebody who's related to her by marriage. And also we have 2 horses that we're saddled with here. And I have to warn you that both are naysayers. So let me start by noting that most of my remarks have already been taken care of by questions from other people. But just to emphasize the concerns, I'd like to just make a few points and ask a couple of questions. I'd also like to know whether the opt-in that is being proposed will have both the owner occupancy and the non-adjacency constraints. And I would highly suggest that these be put in if they're not already considered. Another question. Oh, Nick, about this 50K, I think that's probably for the building permit. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about also about the Dorothy Ford Park. According to the draft housing element document that was circulated, it said that Susan Ford Dorsey has already stated that the property should be retained as open space in perpetuity. And it seems to me that there is a moral issue here if we violate this this condition of the grant, even if we have the legal status to do so. It just seems like a dirty trick. to me, and I haven't heard enough discussion about it. Let's see, and another thing is the issue of the general plan. I agree that implementing the current proposal would really have to require rewriting the general plan very substantially. But there are some elements of that plan having to do with safety, both fire safety and earthquake safety, that we must retain and give a lot of consideration to. We should listen to our Don Bullard, for example, and we should take into account earthquake readiness issues as well. We can't simply ignore this, because one such event could wipe out the entire town and make it impossible with a 15% increase in population to evacuate on time, especially if families are spread between school and home and so on. So
Okay.
I think I've shot my wad here. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you,
This is
Mr.
Rob
Shostak.
Shostak, by the way. Okay.
Next, we have Trish Heald. Hi, Trish, are you there to unmute?
Yes, here I am.
Great.
I'd like to thank the commissioners for their work. Right now, I think there's a housing element plan on the table that is in good faith to the state. It's been designed by staff and the ad hoc planning committee with that goal in mind. It would most likely, in current form, be approved by the HCD on the first round. Fair enough. But shouldn't the housing plan be first and primarily in good faith to the family of Portola Valley? Shouldn't it serve the residents to every extent possible before serving an unelected regulatory board? I think it should, and I don't think it does yet, but that's okay. Because let's remember that the ad hoc committee produced a draft. As a writer, I know that's the hardest part, but drafts go through revisions. Revisions change the draft, sometimes in fundamental ways. And that's a sign that the process is working. The plan is getting better. To that end, I have 4 questions. Number 1, what are the consequences of waiting until December 1st or later to submit the housing element plan and in delaying the town council vote of the plan? Number 2, what are the barriers to a clear incentive and communication campaign about ADUs and JADUs, as well as a survey to assess residents' intent to provide these units over the next 8 years? Number 3, why aren't we splitting out JADUs from ADUs in our language and on the plan on the basis that they are different things and can fit in different income categories? And number 4, what are the consequences of submitting a plan to HCD that doesn't get approved on the first round? Because the way I see it, if you, the staff, commissioners, have more time and you use that time to inform more people and collect more data and consider in depth some of the excellent new ideas on the table tonight, and you go in first with a plan that represents the best case scenario for our town, then even if you end up back at this draft, at least you can look us in the eye and say, in good faith, we gave it our best. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Trish. Next is Bob Adams.
Yes, thank you, guys. You have a tough job, and I really respect that you have a tough job trying to find 253 units or 300 units in town. We've had, what, 20 or 30 or 40 units a year, and all of a sudden we have to do 253. it's a tough task, and I really envy you for being willing to stand in there and make a decision. Two or three things. One is, I believe JDEUs is a rich source of new units. And to me, one of the biggest problems that we have in all the discussion is we haven't talked about a marketing plan and how to market those. And towns are not used to marketing, but this is something, if we can sell this to the town and say, here's the benefit, we can fix some of the affiliated housing and low-income housing with JADUs. I think people will do it if you let them know what the choices are. The second thing is Blue Oaks. The Blue Oaks property has kind of dropped out of the conversation, and they said it's not a very useful place to be able to put in additional housing. It should, if that's the case, then why aren't we selling that property? Why don't we sell that property and take the money that we would sell it with and put it in a place that's more productive for us to build housing? Third, one of the things I'm concerned about is density on Alpine Road. And I'd like to see if there's some way that you guys can have some sort of a limitation, a height limitation, even if it's something that's low income housing, that we not have 3 or 4 story buildings on Alpine Road. And that's just from an image standpoint, and to me, it would feel much more like a Redwood City downtown than Portola Valley. So if there's some way to put height limitations on it or story limitations, I'd be very appreciative. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Bob. Next is John Silver.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
You are, we can hear you.
Great, fantastic. I want to thank all of you for your work, the staff, and especially I was very impressed by the report that Nicholas Targ and Craig Taylor presented. I also want to endorse the comments that Judith Murphy and Peter Lippman made regarding open space, and Gary Nielsen. I didn't want to forget him, my former colleague on the town council. But I also want to say that I think it's, as I think they were saying, it's important to look at the welfare of the whole town, not just my neighborhood or any one person's neighborhood. And also, I think that relatively large number of units, if they're small units, can be put on a relatively small parcel of land and not be a disadvantage. Webster Wood in Palo Alto, that's been there since the earlier mid-70s, is 68 units on about 3 1/4 acres. That works out to almost 21 units per acre. It's only a stone's throw from one of Mark Zuckerberg's homes. It hasn't hurt the value of his home, not that I'm sure he would worry a lot about the value of any one of, I don't know how many homes he owns, but people should look at Webster Wood. It's beautiful. It includes wonderful oaks and redwoods. It's very bucolic. If something like that were put other than in scenic open space in the scenic corridor of Portola Valley, it would be wonderful. And people, by the way, who venerate our general plan probably haven't read our general plan, or some of them. Our original general plan called not only for an elementary school where Applewood Lane now is, but it also called for the town center to be at the Nathorst Triangle. There would have been a lot of development, a lot of dense activity there. And it was only because the town lucked out and bought the current town center site from the school district for the princely sum of $100,000 in 1976. The town center is where it is, instead of the Nathorst Triangle. Also, I heard Bill Lane quotes about what Bill Lane and Herb Dengler would have done and how they would have favored market-based approaches. I think all of us would, if we had that luxury. But they were both friends of mine. Bill Lane was a strong supporter of the rezoning of land at Nathorst to provide affordable housing back in 2003. He contributed generously to defeat the referendum that passed by only 70 votes, which blocked that affordable housing. So if you're going to quote the dead, at least have the courtesy to have known them. And anyway, I think it's really worth looking at Webster Wood. I would love to have a development like that across the street from me. I'd be happy to have 10 units on the 1+ acre house parcel across the street from me, which now has just 2 units. I've got ADUs on I have an ADU on my property. There are ADUs close around me. On my lot is less than half an acre. I grew up on 2.14 acres with 1 unit. We can have more units per acre as long as they're smaller units and maintain the beautiful spirit of our town. Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. Next, Ellen Bernazza.
Yeah, hi. I really want to thank you guys for looking a little further in this, in the subcommittee. I think you did a great job. I just did have a quick question, just if you could answer. Did you guys receive the letter from the Nathorst Applewood area? And were you able, did you get time to read it?
Yes.
Okay, so I won't go over all of that. But again, like Bob Schultz said, we do already have a high density, low income project being built right here. And any additional high density development would be putting this corner big time high fire danger due to the fire fuel load of all the building. I also want to push possibly of looking further for Springdown or Neely Winery, because if we could even, maybe the town can buy an acre off of them, or, you know, Neely, from what I understand, yes, Neely, I understand, originally wanted to build some houses, and then they wanted to build their wine tasting spot, and it was turned down, so they're not too thrilled with us, but maybe we can, you know, push them back into it a little bit. And I just want to bring up one other thing. I built an ADU on my property about 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. I spent less than $200,000 on an extremely nice, it was only 750 square feet at the time that we could do, but it is beautiful inside. A 1 bedroom, 1 bath, has living room, dining room, full kitchen. And so ADUs can be built for a lot cheaper than what people have been projecting. Somebody said $1 million for one a while back, and I was just kind of in shock, because it literally cost us less than $200,000. And I'd be glad to share, you know, any information on that. Also, any additional building in this area, and I just want you to remember, this is a neighborhood. People see Roberts out there, they see, you know, the empty lots and stuff, but we are a whole neighborhood. We have it, you know, like 29 houses in our neighborhood here, and people don't see us as a neighborhood. They just see us as, you know, behind Roberts or something. So I just want you to realize we are a neighborhood. We don't really want to burn down here, and please just consider safety first before you think of rezoning any more properties in this area as high density. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Helen. Next, Karen Askey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hey, first of all, I hope Laura feels better soon. I don't see her on the screen, but I know this has got to be tough tonight. And I want to thank all of you for your service to our town. I'm very impressed with everything that you've done. I did send in written comments yesterday, so I'm going to assume that you guys got those. But I did want to highlight that I think Commissioners Targ and Taylor said it right when they said we need to take our time to get things right, and that their sunrise proposal allows us to get there. I think the housing element needs to follow the general plan, not lead it. And I'm very much in favor of the sunrise proposal. I want to talk a little bit about ADUs and JADUs. I do think that the JADUs seem to keep getting overlooked, and that we need to have a target specifically for JADUs. I also believe that if you have a 500 square foot space in your home, that it's got to be in the very low or low income categories. And I can think of college students, caregivers, local employees at Roberts or Alpine Hills or the like that could all benefit from a JADU. I also wanted to ask Laura a question. Red page 15 shows a projected 16 ADUs to be built in 2022. So my question there is, how many of those are JADUs? And also, if I do some simple math, 16 times 8 is 128. Well, 128 ADUs is 36 more than we have in our 92. So right there, if we just followed our 2022 number, and that's without any education, communication, or incentives to our residents, we could, we'd be at that 128. So if we did programs, I think 20 a year is very reasonable, and that would give us 160. Numbers like that can help us eliminate the controversial opt-in program and the many higher density projects. But what we do need to do is survey our residents and promote that, the ADUs and JADUs now. Commissioner Taylor is spot on that we need to engage our community, and there are many residents willing to step up. So let's get going, and you can sign me up. I've got a permitted pool house without a kitchenette, and I would love to contribute that to the housing element. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Karen. Next, the phone number that ends 787.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my call. This is Maida Jones. I have a few comments because I am the woman who referred to having put $50,000 or having been given an estimate of $50,000 to create what I thought was a JADU within my 3,300 square foot home. As it turns out, I learned belatedly that since this unit would be way more than 500 square feet, it would be 2 bedrooms, a large living family room, a full double bathroom, a small kitchen, storage closets, and a large deck, all of them with their own, the whole thing with its own entry. My contractor said that would cost $50,000 plus permitting fees to develop within my home. This is the kind of approach to housing that I think people have been referencing that our town doesn't seem to either recognize, certainly doesn't promote at the moment, that I believe could be very interesting. That first floor of my home, which is what this is enough for a small family. It's 2 separate bedrooms. It's not enough for 4 people. It's certainly enough for a woman with 2 kids or a couple with 1 child. And it would be low income. It could be rented for a low amount of money because the investment is low. In addition, I'm an older resident and I wouldn't mind having someone in the house just in case. I'm perfectly fine right now, but not too bad since I live alone. I think you will find there are a lot of people in our town in a similar situation, and this option should be promoted. I think at the last Housing Committee meeting, Bob Turcott referred to it as I forgot what he said, but an ADU that's within the footprint of the home, which indeed mine would be, rather than an independent building that you have to worry about foundations, distances between structures, and so on. So I would encourage the town to advertise this type of building. I think it could provide a kind of middle between JADUs and ADUs, and the cost is quite low. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Maida. Next, Cornelia Tilney.
Hi there. First of all, we very much appreciate Commissioner Targan Taylor's creative efforts to develop a new proposal to potentially save Dorothy Ford Park. And we really appreciate all of your research and all of the time that each one of you on the commission are putting into thinking through, and the staff, and carefully evaluating the process and the recommendations that have been made. We really like the sunshine idea that Commissioners Targ and Taylor have proposed. It would buy the town and us some time to see what might take place with other parcels coming available. I, for example, had heard that the owner of the parcel where all the businesses on Portola Road, such as Parkside Grill, are located, might be interested in selling that land. Would like to know if the town, so this is a specific question for the town. I'd like to know if the town has had any contact or knowledge of that parcel possibly being available for sale, or any conversations with them. We strongly support the use of a much higher ADU count and especially an active and supportive program from the town to help residents with JADU, ADU development, which has been honestly completely lacking. There are lots of ADUs and JADUs in the community that are not registered. We have had local tutors who have lived, that have tutored my kids, that have lived in local unregistered JADUs. We know of other units around us that are not registered. And even in our house, when we bought it, there was a non-registered JADU that we took out. We could, put that back in for easily less than $20,000. We just have to put a wall back up and put in a few kitchen things. And so a second question would be, I'd like clarification about if we did put that JADU in, whether we would then have a 50-year deed restriction on our house, because that obviously makes a difference in terms of the value of the house. But I do believe if the town were to develop a strong program that was much simplified and less expensive permitting process, the numbers would increase significantly. Additionally, why can't town funds like the $4 million plus in the town coffers for development be used to subsidize some of the costs of adding ADUs and JADUs? We are not in favor of opt-in housing in the community. We also believe that will be a slippery slope and turn neighbor against neighbor with potentially catastrophic financial consequences for those who live next to the property being developed. We want to preserve the gateway area, Dorothy Ford Park and Glen Oaks. Even though we've not had any relationship with Glen Oaks and we are not horse owners, we feel horse facilities add immeasurably to the feel and tenor of the town. It's one of those things that distinguishes us from all these other towns. And when you go to some place like Marin, which has lost all its horse paths and most of its horseback riding, you really notice the difference. It's taken over by bicyclists and mountain bikers, except in the very most rural areas. We could stand some limited development in Nat Horse Triangle, the area around Roberts, if the commission wanted to try adding some different types of housing. Speaking recently to a friend of mine who's been widowed, they stated that they would like to stay in town and not in their home, but there was no place for them to go. I agree with Bob Adams' question and comments about Blue Oaks and why aren't we doing something about it? So I'd like to get an answer to that. Lastly, fire danger and evacuation issues are primarily on our minds. I mean, first and foremost.
Can you wrap up, Cornelia? Thanks.
Excuse me?
Can you wrap up? You're past your 3 minutes.
Last paragraph. If we add big developments down on the eastern end of Alpine Road, we could be creating a huge risk for evacuation in case of fire. The other advantage of the sunshine concept that Commissioners Taylor and Targ have clearly recognized is that it buys us more time to get more information from Woodside Fire and determine how to deal with the fire risk first. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Cornelia. Next, Christy Schmitz.
Hi, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank the committee for all your hard work on this. And this meeting tonight has actually given me a glimmer of hope that the open space spirit of our town might be maintained. I feel better than I've felt in weeks. So thank you for that. And I agree with all of the comments about the ADUs and the JADUs. I think that is the best way to go, is to maintain our town. My specific question is about the opt-ins. I am one of those people whose neighbor has opted in. Well, I don't know if he still has opted in, but he had. So I'm wondering, one, where I can find that list of who has opted in, or who has volunteered to opt in, I should say. And I'm clearly not in favor of that. I mean, I would build an ADU at my house if I could, but I don't have the room, I don't have the land to do it. And so I'm not sure how my neighbor would be able to build. I think he opted in for 7 units or something like that. So that's my main question, is where can I find the list? And I'm hoping that those opt-ins don't ever happen. So thank you.
Thanks. Next, Dana. Hey, Dana, are you there to unmute?
Unmute. There it is.
Good.
You guys, thank you for your leadership. I mean, it's been an extraordinary evening. And I'm going to kind of reiterate what I said at the last meeting. And it's kind of been a relief to hear so many people talk about the general plan. You know, I think people are really getting their hands on it. I lent my hard copy out to someone yesterday, which was kind of thrilling to lend someone my bedside copy of my general plan. Anyway, I want to make sure that I doubt that the council is going to appoint a committee of residents to oversee the changes to all the elements that will change because of the housing element. And I think then that you guys haven't worked too hard in the last couple of years, but I want to make sure that you guys are the ones who are going to oversee this. And I think that's very important, and that everybody knows that the general plan is internally consistent. And so I just want to make sure that you guys have your hands on that. And thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Dana. Next, Luke Winstrom. Hi, Luke, are you there? You need to unmute from your side. Yeah.
Hi, sorry, there were apparently two buttons.
You know what? There's a bad echo. Can you change something?
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that. So I wanted to bring up, because I'd heard a few people talk about other potential properties, and long ago I'd heard of the El Mirador and the Nearly properties both being considered by the ad hoc planning committee, and they had been discarded. And I believe that one of the committee members said they had been discarded because they should be saved for next time. And I wanted to bring them up as 25 and 13.2 acres of potential property that would be available if we had time to discuss how to develop them reasonably. And that's the end of my comments. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Luke. Next, Rita Comas Whitney.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. First question is how all of these, the committees that have been meeting, and not all of them have been meeting, open space hasn't met, undergrounding hasn't met and put their 3 cents in on these issues. How are their comments getting into the portal, or do these committees have to put it in the portal themselves? Is someone coordinating it to make sure that all of their minutes and talks on this particular subject is being collated? It's just not very clear. And Laura has said, you know, she's not here now, but she said in the past that if people had sent in emails or letters in the past concerning housing issues, those were not going to be automatically put in the portal. People were going to have to submit them now into the portal, even if they sent them last year. My other 2 questions is, you know, there's a couple of very large properties on the market, and one particular one has been on the market for an extremely long time and has just been, you know, put back onto the market. And I had suggested a few times that perhaps the town approach that particular individual. The property is very large, has a hockey rink, and you know, perhaps it could turn into a multi-housing with a very nice tax relationship for the owner, who seems to be wanting to rid this property off of his estate, but perhaps a 10-20-year tax thing for his family might really make it more attractive, and it's large enough that we could put a lot of units there. And I also want to mention, I've mentioned that particular thing a few times, and I haven't heard any feedback or seen any feedback on that one, and I really hope that it's pursued in some way. My last comment is about the Hawthorne property. There is a staff house that is there, And in one of the meetings, I asked if that particular staff house, which is not historic, could turn into, perhaps a 4-unit or 6-unit, which would add to our numbers and is in a remote enough place. I think that would be a huge help. And I just want to say, for our open space, people that donate to open space or have the assumption that open space is going to stay open space, we have to somehow communicate that in the community, because no one's going to be giving to open space anymore. When you die, your family then has to worry about what to do with the intention before the internet happened. But thank you for all that you're doing, and hopefully things will get collated and move forward, and there'll be another meeting, not July 8th. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. And lastly, we have Christy Corley.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for spending the time to thoroughly discuss the future housing of Portola Valley. It's a heavy lift, and it takes a lot to know the ins and outs. I do not feel the Dorothy Ford open space should potentially have 50 or more units at that site. I love the 2 majestic trees. And I read a book recently called Things Trees Know. And one of the quotes was, respect your elders. I want to honor the intent of the donor. I did hear that Tom Ford was the first donor of open space in Portola Valley. I'm very proud of it. Is that true? Maybe you can answer that for me. I am concerned when you talk about a mitigated negative declaration, because it's an ND prepared for a project when the initial study has identified potentially significant effects on the environment, but revisions in the project plans or proposals or agreed to by the applicant before the proposed MND and the initial study are released to the public. So my concern is for the environment, and that we don't, that we take care of the environment. And I think that's why a lot of us moved here. So how do we just do a negative, mitigated negative declaration when we know we are affecting the environment? I believe if the planning department pre-approved 3 architectural plans for ADUs, we would see a lot more ADUs. We need a complete approved, 3 approved architectural plans. It would be easier and financially beneficial for those considering it. Once our town shows efforts to create these 3 plans, then HCD will know we're serious about increasing our ADUs. I'm concerned about the date that the Conservation Committee and the Open Space Committee was told about the Dorothy Ford open space, and that this was now on the list. Were they given the notice, and was the entire committees given the notice to do the research necessary to comment on it? The public would like to see the comments on the committee of committees, every comment from every committee. Can we see it in one place? SB 9 already is a law. It increases the housing in our town, and we should see that not in the first year, but maybe year 3 and 4, and we should expect that.
Thanks, Christy. 3 minutes is up. Can I go, see, Greg is next.
Good evening. Can you help me?
Yes, although it's a little soft, if you could talk up or get closer to the mic.
It's Greg Franklin. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a few questions and then like to bestow some accolades on a phenomenal job
done of some very creative thinking, out of the box thinking by Craig Taylor and Nicholas Targ. I think the Sunrise proposal is a breath of fresh air in terms of, what this town can come up with to meet our RENA obligation. So a couple of my questions really relate to the bonus density law and its application to rezoning in Portola Valley. I know it's a very complicated matter, but my understanding is that any upzoning to 20 housing units per acre would essentially, because we essentially understand are affected by this Mullins default density arrangement. So specifically for Portola Valley, any upzoning to 23 housing units per acre would automatically qualify for the 80% density bonus. So you might describe it as 20 units per acre, but in actual fact, it's 36 units per acre. So you may be able to control that if you rezone that on town-owned property. But my understanding is you will lose all local control on any development in a property that's in private hands. So if we applied that, and this is my question, so if we applied that to the one project you've got in your schedule, which is 43, I believe it's 94 Alpine, not 85, 95, but at 1.18 acres multiplied by 36, you come up with 43 units. So I want to get clarification from the town staff and maybe the planning commission on whether the application of that math is actually correct. And then I have a question on the ADUs. Why would a three-part program promoting ADUs not satisfy HCD? And what I'm referring to is, and it's been mentioned earlier tonight several times, is we have $4.6 million of which we can provide these financial incentives for ADUs, and particularly junior ADUs. We have an amnesty program in the wings, and we're going to streamline our ADU and junior ADU process. So I can't imagine why that's not reasonable and logical justification for a higher junior ADU and ADU contribution to meeting our RENA quota. And my last thought here is that because Cara Silva mentioned that if there was any redevelopment of Dorothy Ford Field, it would require a big community outreach program. And so my question is, why haven't we started this process with a big community outreach program, surveying residents what they would like to see as a result of this housing element product? And why can't we do it now, immediately, and use the results in the remaining 6 months of the process, so that actually our housing element reflects the majority view of residents in this town? Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Next, Tammy Tiscornia.
Thank you so much. Just really quickly, I had a couple questions. I just was wondering, maybe someone asked us why we are not meeting in person anymore. A lot of towns are. I know Woodside is, and I know the Hawthorne meeting was in person yesterday. So I just wanted to ask that question, really hoping that possibly Wednesday, July 13th might be in person, so we can get the view from the public. And another question was, why has there only been 2 notices from the town since August that this has all been going on? I really agree with, I want to thank you, Mr. Targ and Mr. Taylor, just about taking our time and hearing the community. And in doing so, it would really be nice, as Greg Franklin said, to reach out to the community and really see who would like to step forth. And just talking to the community and looking who's coming on to these meetings, the majority, if not even a half quarter of the community knows this is going on. And why on the notice that we just got, we just received in the mail over the last several months is the majority of the high density keep coming back to the busiest corner of Alpine and Portola Road, compacted together where the majority of the schools are located for an increased fire danger and catastrophic evacuation problem, including sequoias, and how are they going to get those elderly people out? Just to remind the public and the committee not to mention that this keeps coming back for Nathorst, Alpine Road, Portola Corner, that we have going in right behind our house, Willow Commons, which is 13 units, mostly 2 stories, less than 30 feet apart. We just, and then we're adding on top of that on this notice we just got in the mail, item B, 4395 Alpine Road, the vacant land next to Roberts is on the proposal here. And item D, 4370 Alpine, the corner of Alpine and Nathorst. I just am really curious of why we keep going in circles and continuing to propose multiple properties so close together when the public repeatedly has asked not to put the majority of the high density in one area. And lastly, please listen to the public. The town, as Mr. Targ had mentioned, to use town-owned land to keep control and not turn these properties over to developers that do not live in this town and do not have the general plan to their best interest. It seems to me that we are trying to figure all this demand out together to keep control and protect the town's general plan. Then why would we want to turn the control over to random developers by allowing this opt-in upzoning? Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we have a new last person, Betsy Morgenthaler. Wait, oh, Betsy, you haven't talked, have you, tonight on this?
Pardon me?
You haven't talked tonight, right?
Oh, no, I have not.
No, okay, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. I trust you all have received my letter, so I will not repeat any of those points, but just to call out the subcommittee's work, which has been such a bright star, particularly the sunrise clause, which has truly impressed me. But to move on from that, you've all been such champion listeners tonight. And the comments that have come from the public have been particularly substantive with some rather startlingly good new proposals out there. And in order to honor that and to honor where we are in the import of the next steps forward, I'm just putting out a question at 10:40 at night. I'll admit I'm not at my best, and maybe you aren't either. And because this process is so darned important to us and our future, is there any possibility that we could continue this to next Wednesday night or some Wednesday that isn't claimed this month? Do we have to wrap it up after 11 o'clock? Because you've got a lot on your plate to consider, and I just would love to be fresher when I listen to you go through all of that. So thank you so much for all that you've put in here. I know you've given it your best, and I want you to have a chance to continue to do so. Thank you all.
Okay, I see no more hands up for new comments. So we'll wrap up the public section or public comment section of the meeting. And now go on to if staff and consultants and Cara can answer some of the questions that people had.
Yeah, I'll certainly do my best, and Cara might be able to help out on this as well. I'm here. I've been here the whole time. I'm sick, so I was just off camera, but I've been here. So there's a question about can HCD refuse certification if we don't have a buffer? I don't know that answer for sure, but I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. They can refuse certification if we don't have a buffer of some type. There's a question about upzoning and if the site is more than 1 acre. So this is if the opt-in proposal was adopted. Would we have an ability to limit the number of properties that were subject to that provision? And yes, as imagined, there would be a limit on the opt-in that would be written in. Exactly what the limit is has not been proposed or discussed, but the assumption has been that there would be a limit on the number of sites that would be able to participate in the opt-in program. There's a question about, is that 4 units or 4 units per acre is how I understood that. And the way that it's drafted right now is 4 units per acre is the way that it's drafted. Certainly that could change, or there could be a cap. It could be 4 units per acre with a maximum of 6 units, for example. Something like that could certainly be adjusted. There was a comment about kind of government housing or 1970s style housing. I just want to point out that affordable housing has changed a lot since the early days of urban renewal and affordable housing projects. And if people are interested in learning more about that, let us know and we'll connect you to people who build very successful affordable housing projects for people. And just as a reminder, affordable housing in our county is people that work for a living. It includes people that work for me, the people that process your building permit so that you can get a hot water heater. Those are the people we're talking about. It's also the teachers that teach your children qualify for these units. There's a number of questions about SB9 and the kind of benefits of SB9, the way that it's written. And I'll start with this, and then Cara can tag in at the end if there's anything else to add. So SB9 has an ownership restriction, but it is very light. Okay, it only says that they have to commit through an affidavit that they intend to live there. So there's no requirement that the person actually live there. They just have to say they intend to. I believe there's also a time provision, which is kind of poorly written and it's unclear how that would go into effect. But for our own local program, we could have an ownership requirement that we could write, we think, in a stronger language than what's in SB9. There's also a question about SB9 not being contiguous properties. And Cara, let me know if I'm getting this one wrong, but SB9 only limits contiguous properties if they're under the same ownership. So one owner can't go buy a bunch of properties in a row and develop them as a development. And so that's not exactly kind of the way it sounded from some of the residents. So hopefully that helps clarify for SB9. There's a question about how we're referring to what town-owned vacant land. And I understand this, there's kind of a visceral reaction to calling the open space vacant, and I agree with you. We're just calling it that because that's the category under state law, because it's not developed with buildings. And so we're just following the state law there, but I understand that is kind of received badly to call an open space vacant. There's a statement that I think was a joke because, but I just want to make sure that the $50,000 figure was just for building permits. So I just wanted to give people like an order of magnitude, like to build an ADU, the order of magnitude for your permits is around $14,000 for a typical project. So, there are exceptions where you're going to have more geotechnical study or things like that, but that gives you a sense of what the building permit fees are. That's for a full ADU to build from the ground up. There was a series of questions. What happens if we don't submit to HCD until December 1st? If we don't submit to HCD until December 1st, we won't have comments back until early in 2023. And then we will not have our housing element certified in time. Now, as long as we're working with HCD on the housing element in good faith, we think that we can go back and forth with them a little bit. The more challenging part are the zoning requirements. And the way that the state law is written, there's consequences if we don't have our zoning changes in place by January of 2023 that could result in less local control. So the council has directed us to try to finish those zoning code amendments in time to maintain as much local control as possible. there's a question that's kind of more of a statement about what are the barriers to doing an ADU campaign or a survey. The committee did talk about a survey a little bit, and it was brought up that people might say they're going to do an ADU and not understand what it really means to build an ADU. And we have heard from people that the cost to build an ADU can be $750,000. And if you have a lot of physical constraints, could be even more than that. We've heard that from multiple people that have gotten actual bids. So we do think that, you know, those might be outliers, but we're still talking about a lot of money and it's hard to convey that. Now, certainly a survey could be done, and certainly a campaign could be done if we were asked to do so by the council. There's a question about splitting JADUs and ADUs and different things. There's consensus about this from the Housing Element Committee. Staff agrees that it's interesting and worthwhile and a good idea to split JADUs and ADUs, but that does not change our allocation formula that comes from HCD. So we can count them separately, and I think there's value in doing so, but it does not change how HCD is going to evaluate it. And I don't think it's going to change how we look at the fair housing requirements I was talking about earlier. And I don't think it would change how housing advocates would think of it, because housing advocates are also suing cities over housing elements. So that's the other thing to think about there. And then there was a question about what are the consequences if we're not approved on the first round. We don't expect to be approved on the first round. Nobody is being approved on the first round. We're kind of hoping to be approved on the second round, or certainly on the third round. So that's the way that we're thinking about it. The consequences are those that I just mentioned. As long as we're working in good faith on the housing element, then we're probably okay, but the zoning code amendments have more potential risk for the town. There's a question about why don't we sell Blue Oaks and use the money for housing? It's kind of a complicated legal situation. The CAR can get into it if the planning commissioners would like, but the short answer is the way that it was dedicated to the town, it cannot be sold, and those proceeds used for affordable housing. There's a question about the recent ADU numbers being really high. Our 2022 numbers are high. The question was, how many JADUs does that include? I believe one. I believe we've only ever permitted 1 or 2 junior ADUs in town. The law is relatively new for junior ADUs, requiring us to allow junior ADUs. So it's a pretty new thing. And then there's a kind of an implication that the 2022 numbers are very high and we can go on those numbers. Our staff opinion is we can't just use this 1 year as the number, because our 2020 numbers are very low. We only had 3 ADUs that year. So we think that there's kind of pent up demand during the pandemic and when we were closed, and that's why our numbers have gone up so much in 2021 and 2022. So we're trying to be realistic about those numbers going forward. There's a question about whether we asked the property owner at the Parkside Grill Shopping Center if they were interested, and the answer to that is no, because we're working with the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, and they really emphasize preserving local businesses and didn't really express an interest in having demolition and rebuild of a mixed-use development there. So that's why we did not directly contact them. There's a question about whether a deed restriction is required if you put an ADU in. The answer to that is no. It used to be required quite a few years ago, but there's no longer a deed restriction on ADUs in terms of like a deed restriction that's related to ownership. And then I think the question may have also been related to a deed restriction to limit renting to people of lower income. And we do not have that requirement. And the ad hoc committee thought about that quite a bit and thought that that wouldn't be feasible. There's a question about El Mirador and Neely. And El Mirador was taken off the table because of the ownership situation at that location. One of the owners has passed away. And so the information we received is that they would not be interested in doing any type of development at this time. And then the Neely property, we had some conversation about this and thought the fact that developing Neely would probably take some kind of master plan process, given the amount of public involvement there was with the winery CUP, and that would be very unlikely that a master plan for Neely could be completed and go into construction in time to be feasible. So that may be why the committee member made a remark such as it should be saved for next time, because both of those properties don't show much potential to be developed within the 8-year time period. In terms of the town committees and how they're involved in the process, the notes have been transmitted from Judy Murphy to the Housing Element Committee directly. She's given direct reports back. And then all of the town committees were invited to agendize and talk about the housing element during this month that we're in the comment period. They were told by staff to return comments directly to me and my staff so that we could transmit them to the town council when we go to council with the housing element. In terms of emails and letters, it's true that if you sent us an email over a year ago, we don't still have that necessarily in the record. We've been keeping track of the comments from each individual housing element committee meeting, but all the comments that we're receiving now during this month are all going to be bundled together and will all be available to the public, and then will all be available to the council so everyone will have access to them. Related to density bonus and upzoning to 20 units per acre, you are not automatically qualified for the 80% density bonus just by having 20 units per acre. You only qualify for the 80% density bonus if you build a 100% affordable project. So like an affordable housing developer came to town and wanted to build an affordable project, 100%, that's when you would get the 80% density bonus. And why have we not met in person? And will July 13th be in person? The town council is meeting on a hybrid basis. They are meeting, some of them are in the schoolhouse. It's also on Zoom. We've been testing that system. It's been going pretty well. The planning commission will transition to in-person meetings probably in July. We're still working out those details and I'll be working with the chair. The ad hoc housing element committee hasn't met in person because we don't have the capability, because that body is so big, to also be on Zoom. And we've had such high level of involvement, up to 160 people. We didn't want to transition to in-person meetings and lose that level of involvement and that level of consistency that we've had. So that is all the questions I can answer in probably as many words as I can speak at this time.
Thank you so much, Laura. That was good. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission now. Oh, Laura, before your voice goes away, you had lists of questions. I think we have it in our packet, but you also had it as a slide. Shall we put that up and have each commissioner answer those questions?
We certainly can do that. When we share our screen, you can't see each other as well, which I have the downside to sharing the screen.
Yeah.
We can go through the main categories, and that might be a helpful way to do it. And then everyone can provide their feedback within those categories. Is that a good way to go?
Me.
Okay.
Then, okay, yeah, to put out the categories, and then I'd like to leave time that each commissioner could also just give general kind of comments that they want to go to the town council.
Right. Okay. So I think the main, I'm sorry.
And through the chair, could I make one suggestion? Hey, Laura, could you just, that one slide that you had, could you just email that to us? Because we could pop it up on our screen in the corner and still talk to each other. Is that something we could just do real quick?
I could send you the whole PowerPoint presentation real quick. Do you want that?
That would be fine, if you don't mind, because then I could look at
I can do that.
rather than trying to go through, you know, because they're spread out through the document.
Sure.
I have a screenshot if you want me to shoot that versus the whole thing.
Either one, yeah, whichever is most convenient, that would be fine. I just think that way we can kind of get at Ann's basic concept of, you know, we can all see the list, but we could still see each other. Thank you.
John, you can probably do that quicker than me. Cara,
Yeah.
as long as you don't say anything in the email, right?
Right, yes.
Okay.
We are
Don't say
facing,
anything in
Gotta
the
watch
email,
that.
just send a
we're
screenshot.
facing a
Just-
Brown Act, a lawsuit at this point. So why don't you share the points with the public as well? You've already done that previously, but the public may have forgotten those key points. So if you could just put those on the screen real quickly so the members of the public can see that, that would be helpful.
Okay. You asked me to do two things. I was ready to do one.
Sorry, John.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Let me try to get the share mail.
Hey guys, can I also suggest if through the or with the chair's permission? I'm noticing it's 11 o'clock. I've been going since about 4:30 this morning. I would notice that we, until pretty recently, had 130 people participating. We're now down to a little bit less than 60. I recognize the virtue in trying to push through. Can I suggest that we try and schedule ourselves for this coming week for a continuation and wrapping up?
I'd
I'd really like to push through. I'm gone all next week. I think a lot of people have travel. And, we've got all the comments from residents fresh in our mind. I think we should go around and answer the questions on the table.
If
Okay,
the
you
rest
should-
of the commission feels similarly.
I do. In terms of, I'd like to get it done. I'm ready.
So I'm on the East Coast.
Oh,
We'll let Judith go first. How about, 'cause when we get, let's, put up the slide and John's gonna send it to us and we'll.
I've sent it to you, but I actually can't see how to get it onto the screen for the public. Laura, did
How are you doing?
Yeah, John, you probably don't have screen share capability, so one of the staff can put that up.
Okay, I think I only sent it to Laura. in the
I
email.
received it, or I received something. Let me,
Yeah, you did, Ann, but I don't, we have to have screen share.
I
Oh.
understand.
Craig
There
has,
he
it,
goes.
maybe.
So I just
There it
put
is.
up what you sent me, John, so everybody can
Perfect.
see.
That's exactly what we wanted
Yeah,
the public to see.
this is what we just got emailed. So now, Cara, can I take it down now that everybody's gotten a chance to see it? Just so we can see each other on the screen again? Is Cara
Yeah,
still there?
yes, that's fine. Just give people time to review it.
Sure, yeah, just tell me when I can take it down so that you feel comfortable.
So these are the main categories that we were hoping to get feedback on. And then also speaking to the Sunrise proposal from the committee. And then the only other thing, if you wanted to provide feedback, is on Glen Oaks and trying to make an attempt to preserve equestrian uses there.
You can take
That
it
sounds
down.
great. So these three topics, big topics, and then Sunrise, and then Glen Oaks, if everybody could talk on that. Judith, do you want to go first? I do feel bad that you're even 3 hours later than the rest of us.
I have to get on a plane in 2 hours, so I'll do my best. Okay, I'm looking at the questions. Should the opt-in program be removed? Yes. If so, is inclusion of 6 SB9 units appropriate? Yes. If not, would the commission like to see any revisions to the opt-in program to reduce potential neighborhood impacts? So the nuanced comment here is I really do appreciate I don't know what to call it, the additional report, I'll call it, that Commissioner Targ and Taylor put together. So the report did make improvements to the opt-in program. I do not like it because in principle, I still object to the random nature of opt-in across neighborhoods. Even with a lot of protections, I think it's going to be like somebody winning the lottery from one perspective and, having a lightning bolt strike them from the other neighbor's perspective. And so I don't think it can really operate fairly, although I do, if we have to include it, I would definitely want to include the protections that have been discussed, all of the ones that Laura most recently outlined as things that could be done. But in principle, I don't like the opt-in program because of the way it operates. SB 9 is state law. There's nothing we can do. And if we create another opt-in, I think that's it's more work, I think, for a very small number of units than it's probably worth. And still great consternation is what I heard from the public. The recommended buffer. I think Craig's comments about if you have to do anything on town-owned land, you should really rethink the buffer and lower it there. And then the ad hoc committee had considered lowering the moderate income buffer as well as the above moderate income buffer, lowering them to 15%. You've only lowered one, and I would strongly consider lowering the moderate income buffer to 15%. I think those units are going to be easier to come. We're going to struggle with the lowest tiers and how to make those practically available. Would, playing around with some numbers, if you did lower that saves 2 or 3 units, it's not significant, but where I'm going to go later, it comes into play. So we'll put a pin in that. ADU, JADU production, I would increase it. I think the numbers from our neighbors aren't realistic for us to achieve exactly in proportion, but I would increase it because I do think the 2020 numbers were way low because we weren't in business. And yeah, maybe there were people waiting around during that time period, and the last year or two might have been artificially high. But at the same time, we've all learned about home improvements and working from home. And people looked at their homes and said, what can I do? So I don't know if we're really in an uptick that just evolved from a very unusual pandemic situation or not. And so I do think there's reason to support increasing the proportion of, in particular, JADUs, because I think we can do some marketing around that. I think we can, I love the comments about streamlining and rethinking what that is and considering changes to make JADUs more available on a cost basis. And I take your point, HCD won't just, give us credit in a different way than it needs to. But in terms of a degree of freedom to create actually affordable housing, I like that. And so I think I'd like to see us work on, are there changes to the program that the town should consider? I think there probably are. We should certainly promote it and certainly get a better understanding of what the public might want to do with those in terms of implementation and streamline processes where we can. So I really would like to see more around that. I think there's an upside opportunity to create units through that. What HCD does with that, I don't know, but I think it actually might move a dial for us. So I like that. And yeah, I would break them out. I think as we evolve our thinking on how to make that program work better, it would be good to break it out if it's reasonably feasible. The last couple of points you asked us to comment on are Glen Oaks and the Sunrise. So first on Glen Oaks, we should not do anything that raises the possibility that yet another equestrian facility that creates business, provides significant recreation that people cannot get in our local environs if it goes away. These facilities are not going to be replaced. And I think you saw all of the kids that wrote in, all the parents that wrote in. It's a very significant draw. It's why I moved to Portola Valley in large part to have that environment. And if you lose the horses, you lose the trail and the vibes, like some of the public commentary indicated. So we should not do that. And as a side note, on Glen Oaks, when I joined the Planning Commission a long time ago, they actually asked us to allow them to take and reconfigure a current space into affordable housing for their workers. And we had, if my recollection is correct, we had approved that, and it was Stanford that said no. So I just don't see that being a feasible thing to mix the new housing from Stanford and the equestrian facility. I think we had the opportunity years ago, and it was nixed at that prior time. And I'm skeptical that you can do anything other than significantly impair an equestrian facility that's run well and provides a lot of jobs and recreation to the public here, and combine it. So I actually don't think Glen Oaks should be retained. And if you increase the ADUs and you decrease the buffer a little bit on the moderate income, you're starting to get to a somewhat balanced point of view, potentially. And I didn't sit and do the numbers. We should do that. But I think there's a way through not needing to do that. And there are significant issues around building there, as David Murdoch indicated from my last look at that. And then on the Sunrise, I like that. I think those are great ideas. I think we are being asked to do a ton really quickly. I don't think there's anybody that's been working so hard here that doesn't feel time pressure. And I think it gives us, if it can work, it would give us breathing room to really pressure test some painful outcomes of the planning process. And I know how hard people have been working. The staff has been working, the ad hoc committee has been working innumerable hours, and that's been important. And it's been very frustrating for everybody from time to time. And it's been, I view it as we're in like mile 22 of the marathon, from my more painful memories personally. And, you know, there's a lot there. There's still a little more to go, a little more sifting. And if we can have a little more time to optimize whether Ford Field really needs to be a part of the program, I'm with Nicholas. I don't see it not being touched, but I do see it being something that we should really try not to touch or to rethink. It's not so much it's all or nothing. I think we have to be very careful about it. The general plan is very reverential to trees, to horses, to the natural environment. And we shouldn't be cavalier and very quick to do something that significantly undermines it. You know, we're reacting to constraints imposed by the state. We have housing needs. Those things I'm prepared to deal with. It's just the time frame and the amazing ideas that we've gotten in the last couple months in particular that I don't feel I've got my bearings on. So I appreciate the Sunrise idea around Ford Field, and really am thankful for that suggestion being put out there. Think those were, oh, and the reason I want a little more time as well is to see what that safety element looks like as we are finalizing like the details, and if we can get a little more time to see where the safer areas to be bringing the housing in, that would be great to be able to do that. So there's a real benefit in trying to create a Sunrise opportunity. The last couple points I would offer are, I don't think it makes any sense to cluster more housing around Nathorst. I think this area is going to be changed enough. And, you know, in full disclosure, I live nearby. And it's one thing, I think the neighbors' letters indicated all the right points, and clustering more there right now is not the right solution. And looking to see if there's other properties that, not that great efforts haven't been done yet to identify potential properties, but to see if there are any different ways of looking at it with a Sunrise. I think we could benefit from all of that. Sorry to go so quickly, but I'm just trying to be efficient given the time of night. And I'll let you know if I forgot anything, but those are the key points I had. Thank you
Great.
for letting me go first.
Yeah, no, thank you, Judith. That's great. Who would like to go next? Or
Nicholas, you were fading.
yeah, how about you,
quicker.
Nicholas? Go ahead.
You want to go now, or
I'm
you wanna wait?
sympathetic getting up at 4:30.
Yeah, so I'll go. I should probably have my cheat sheet up again.
Those are good. I have one.
All right. I am pretty close to Commissioner Haskell. Opt-in would be out. SB9 units are in. I like our Sunrise version that we had. I don't feel strongly about it. However, for reasons that Commissioner Haskell stated, net loss of the buffer for town-owned properties. I don't think that we need a buffer particularly. I'll notice that the town of Los Altos Hills has a buffer of 15% generically.
I'm sorry, Nicholas, I missed. What buffer are you recommending?
I think we can lower the buffer on town-owned. JDUs, we should develop a more robust program. We should break out JDUs, increase the numbers, and we should also consult with an appropriate authority about distribution of, I guess, allocation into different income categories for JADUs and explore that possibility. I will admit that while we've been talking about this, I've just texted such a person within San Mateo County. But I don't see any reason why we, given the decreased cost, given the decreased size, I don't see any reason why JADUs should be treated as ADUs. Moreover, I think that there's an equity consideration of having income coming in to people in potentially smaller units and helping people stay in their houses as they advance in age. And I think that we heard a similar sentiment. So I think that JADUs make sense on a variety of dimensions that are supportive of equity. So that's what I've got.
Great, thanks. Craig, do you want to go next?
Anne, if I could, through you, Glen Oaks and Sunrise, I don't know if Nicholas had comments, but you were asking us to comment on that.
Yeah.
Very good, thanks.
So I think that Glen Oaks and the Dorothy Ford should both be in the Sunrise category. I'm not sure. In fact, I wouldn't preference one over the other.
Great, thanks, Nicholas and Judith.
Hey,
Go ahead,
actually,
Craig.
I'm so sorry, on Glen Oaks. Judith, I knew that we had wanted to move forward, and they had wanted to move forward with affordable housing. So kind of very interesting structure they wanted to. I didn't realize that that was the circumstances under which that was limited. I think that we should take a run at that again and query both the institution as well as the property owner to assess whether the circumstances have changed.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. Craig, you want to go? You're muted, Craig. Hope you didn't say anything really good there.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, though.
I know, that
Great.
was your best.
That was my best stuff, man. Now
I
I'm
know.
done. Yeah, wait, no, sorry. It's late. I was just saying, so, I generally agree with the comments of my fellow commissioners. And obviously the memo kind of stands on its own. I do think there's a lot of opportunity with JDUs. I mean, particularly for seniors that, I mean, the one woman that got on tonight was talking about, having some company and stuff. And it's just an opportunity, I think, for people to be able to stay in their homes potentially. So I'd really like to see us start a survey. And I know Rebecca Flynn, I think, who runs the forum, I think she was doing an informal survey. But I think it would be great to start getting some information. I don't think we have to wait for comments to come back to HCD and all that stuff. I think we should just get it started ASAP. Because I think that's going to just help us, even if we get information in the next 2 months, to try to finish out this year. So I'd love to see some kind of basic survey. And I got the point that there'll be some data issues with it, but I still think there's information that would be valuable. So let's see the questions. Let me bring up the thing John sent. So, I mean, opt-in as I understood it last week, which was just anybody could volunteer. I don't like. SB 9 inclusion, I think that's fine. I mean, depending on how successful SB 9 is, there could be quite a few more if people decide that that's really a profitable way to go. But I think the number that staff's proposing is so small that over an 8-year period, that seems very, I mean, if anything, it seems very conservative, but it certainly seems appropriate. So then, you know, we put an opt-in proposal of a sort in our memo. I'm still open to the idea of trying to find, you know, well-sited, well-designed multifamily housing. So I'm not against it, but I do think, and we heard the public comment as well. I mean, I think we need to make sure that we don't open up some unintended sort of consequence kind of loophole. So that would be the big thing there. The buffers, yeah, I definitely think the buffer should be lower. I think applying the same buffer to Ford Field that we're applying to private land doesn't seem right to me. So I'd significantly lower that one. And then I also think we should just get going on a marketing plan for ADUs and JADUs. I mean, again, I don't see any reason that we should, because we need it regardless. I mean, so we should just start. I mean, we just need to get the town council to approve it. In terms of Glen Oaks, you know, to the degree that we can spare the horse facility, I'm on board with that. I'm in sort of Nicholas's camp that, you know, I think we try to keep them both in the sunrise category and see what we can do. I also like Judith sort of talked about it indirectly, but you know, if we could maybe turn them into an affiliate housing partner, I mean, because if it's for their workers, and I can understand that Stanford might have been against it, but that was a while ago, and a lot's changed, including Stanford trying to build housing. So, you know, I think it's worth a run at like Nicholas is saying, both the, the landowner and the leasee, because I think they're both still, if the leasee is still interested, I think maybe we can pressure Stanford a little bit to consider it as well. And then obviously, I think the sunrise is a brilliant idea. I don't know who thought about it, but it couldn't be better. So, and I say that completely tongue in cheek. What I would say is I don't have a particular, at least in my own head, a particular sense of exactly how it works. I mean, I would trust working with Laura and Cara to try to find something that we think is sort of feasible. All I'm really looking for is the flexibility to, if we're able to produce more housing in other ways, not to get locked in. I mean, that's really the thing that I was sort of trying to get after with that sunrise, just to give us a little more time, let the community engage, you know, sort of full throttle. And I feel like we're getting there. I mean, you know, we had 90+ people here. You guys have done all your ad hoc housing element meetings. So we're kind of getting to the point, if people haven't heard about this thing by now, then they're never going to hear about it. So, but I really would like to give people an opportunity to be creative. I think that's what I got. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Craig. Okay, John.
Okay, I want you to know that when I did this, it wasn't to Craig. My dog decided it was time to play, and he was starting to bark. And it's like, sorry. Just so you know. Okay. You know, I'm going to use some of the same facts and actually come to some very different conclusions than my other planning commission members here. And I thought of this, and I've been thinking about it a lot, and I've attended a huge chunk of the ad hoc housing commission meetings. And I was thinking, what advice, because I think that's what we're kind of being asked to give, would we give to the town council? And if I were on the town council, I would be looking at two options. And it would be accepting the proposal as is, or it would be saying maybe remove opt-in in some fashion and go with SB 9. And those, quite frankly, would be the two that I would be looking at. from an option perspective. My rationale for that is along the lines of the devil you know. We've spent a huge amount of time. We've had a massive amount of public input. I think it's far exceeds any other community going through and in somewhat painful process. And I wish we didn't have some of the nastiness that has come out, but it's been a massive amount of public input. So the plan as is, I think, reflects that. And the whole point, of course, of having members from the Planning Commission, members from the council, members from other places was to try to get all of that out front. And I think I'm going to show my business background here is that in the sense of it's time to make a call. It's not the time to be introducing new ideas and new options. We need to get something in. Possibly things can be modified later, but if I'm a business manager, it's kind of like, okay, what are we going to do now? And I do not want us to end up in a position where we're setting ourselves up to have the state come in and take control, because I think that would be disastrous. And I don't think they're going to be nice about it. That's an opinion. Other people might have different opinions, but so I think a lot of the things that have come up, and I think they're creative, but to be honest, I think they're coming in at the last minute when we have to turn something in within a few weeks. I'm actually a little concerned that the proposal from Nicholas and Craig all of a sudden gives a bunch of the public false hope that there's going to be big changes. I don't think there's going to be. I think we have to turn something in. I think there's some good ideas there that could be pursued and should be pursued, but I don't think it affects the decision right now that the town council has to make in terms of what are we going to turn in. When I talk about possibly, and I guess the option I would prefer is that, so that was the as is rationale. The option I probably would prefer is removing the opt-in and presumably going with what staff recommended with SB 9. Although you could make some variations on that. But anyway, but the reason for that is actually that was something that kind of came in at the last minute at the last of the ad hoc meetings. And as I recall in that meeting, it went over really well. Everybody thought it was great. And then they started to think about it and analyze it and say, oh, maybe not. And I think that could be true with some of the proposals that have come up most recently, that all of a sudden, if you actually, they sound great initially, but maybe there's other issues and we haven't really thought our way through it. So when people are saying, let's have more meetings, let's talk about it more, it's like, well, yeah, we'd probably get to a better solution, but we got to turn something in now. So what's the best thing we have to turn in now? And maybe we can try to improve something on the side, but my business hat says, okay, time to make a decision, time to move forward. I'm not, and the reason I say possibly removing the opt-in is I'm actually not clear reading all of it, why it ends up being better. I know that there's a potential for it to be better, and maybe we could add more constraints, but we actually haven't articulated that and haven't written it down, so we don't really know what it is. It's just kind of a feeling that we could make it better and add the right constraints. And unless we have the clarity, I don't really want to put it in because I think it has potential to go the wrong way if we don't really think our way through something like that. And I also have a question around, you know, the potential why it's better is because it would be more restrictive than SB 9. And then I wonder why people think the numbers are higher. So presumably the only way they'd be higher is if we made it more restrictive, but added other incentives. And then is that really what we want to do, given where the public seems to be on, do they want to have it show up into the neighborhood? I might also point out, though, some of the worst complaints, I'm sort of on the flip side here, about pitting neighbors against neighbors, actually that already exists with SB 9. And So I don't think our opt-in makes any, the biggest concerns people have, I think, are already there, unless you suddenly decide opt-in is, you know, way more units per acre. But if you're just talking the 4, it's kind of already there. And if it's easier to do it under SB9 and there's a financial advantage to do it, they're going to do it legally now. So that's my thoughts in that area. I had some other general comments. The general plan, you know, the general plan is full of guidelines and directions and where we should go. It doesn't trump state law. So you can't turn around and say, oh, well, our general plan says X, therefore we can ignore state law. It doesn't work that way. I also find frequently people like to find the piece of the general plan that supports their point of view, and then they ignore the other parts of the general plan that don't, because that frequently happens. You know, and the whole point of having committees, commissions, towns council, and public input is to make the trade-offs that aren't immediately obvious, you know, that there isn't some code in place that says, no, we have to do X. The general, so if there's trade-offs to be made, I think that's okay. And I don't think you can use the general plan as an excuse not to do something, certainly not as an excuse to not implement state law. Ford Field, and I guess open space in general. I'm going to trust the legal analysis that it would be okay to move it forward. Given that we don't have any other viable option for low-income housing, I'm not sure how you could remove it at this point from the list. I know we've had some ideas tossed out for low-income housing, but I don't see anything that actually has any chance of being accepted. So for in that sense, I don't think you can say no. You know, I might have, if I'd been on the ad hoc housing committee, I might have proposed saying, you know what, we're going to have increasing population in Port Valley. At a minimum, eventually we'll at least build out all of the currently available lots. So maybe we should try to keep all open space. That might have been a reasonable statement to make, or maybe for the town council to have a guideline to the ad hoc housing committee. But you know what? We didn't make that. And if we had made that, what that would mean is forcing more housing into existing residential areas. And the ad hoc housing committee was trying to make the trade-off, the difficult trade-off that everybody's acknowledged. And obviously people have different ideas on how you should deal with that. But we decided not to do that. And I think that that's okay. And we could move, maybe that's the right trade-off there, that we do touch some of our, call it open space, if you will. And I will point out, it's not like we're devoid of open space. We're kind of incredibly well blessed in that area around Portola Valley. And of course, we've just getting the whole, I want to call it the Woods property, but I guess we call it the Hawthorne property now, you know, that's going to be coming online. So we're pretty well off from an open space perspective. When all is said and done, it's a compromise, and I think we're trying to do our best. Glen Oaks. You know, I got to say, I'm a dog owner, so I kind of object to all the trails that are off limits to dogs, given how many fewer horses there are here than there were 50 years ago. So I like the rural nature of Portola Valley. I kind of think we overemphasize horses. I also noted that the vast majority of all the letters that came in on Glen Oaks were from non-Portola Valley residents. So if I had to make a choice of saying, oh, do I service them or do I push more development into residential areas, I don't think I would do that. I I think it's great to have, though. I mean, I have no objection if we have some workaround that would be okay, but it's not, it's not one of those things that's super high on my list. Because I think we have a great rural community already, and I don't think that would change it dramatically. Where else do we hear? Sunrise concept. I think it falls into the same category of it's an interesting idea, but how do we get that in now? There's some ways to work it that would be great, but I think we need to move now. It feel almost you could interpret it as trying to push the problem into the future, and I really, really don't want to see us end up 3 or 4 years from now having the same round of, you know, conflict within the community and the nastiness and things like that, because now we have to, because we didn't make our numbers, so now we got to do something. Somehow it feels like we should just make a decision and move on and get on with it. ADUs, I don't fall into the category, sorry, I don't think we should be increasing the numbers in that area. I know we've increased it multiple times, not multiples, but it's been pushed up. I think it falls into the same category of, yeah, there's potential there, but we don't know. And to try to suddenly say, oh, we've got this new plan, or it's gonna go up greater. I don't see that. Oh, well, I don't know that that's true. So trying to build it into the plan doesn't feel realistic to me. I think there's a big issue between building them also and actually renting them. Because most of the times when we did all the previous ADU discussion, people wanted to use it for their own purposes, not turn it into low-income housing. And I think to truly qualify for low-income housing, you'd have to get into deed restrictions, which are long. I don't know, 30, 50, 99 years are all numbers I've heard, which means it's not even, it's affecting your heirs or settling of the property later. It's not a simple thing. And again, I think there's great ideas of what we could do from a program perspective, but I don't think we're going to get, you know, replace Ford Field with a ton of people signing up for, you know, deed restrictions over multiple years in the next couple of weeks so that we can turn in a plan that actually makes sense, you know, that hangs together. So, but I think I totally applaud the ideas of, gosh, could we get the community rolling here? You know, we've talked about, my wife and I have talked about it with some of our friends saying, gosh, could we fund something, subsidize something, get something going, you know, to help make that happen. I think that would be great to be part, you know, although from a personal perspective, I got to say, you know, maybe a caregiver, I'm not sure I just want to randomly rent it to somebody on the open market to provide low-income housing in our own personal situation. JDUs are kind of the same thing. Very interesting, but you know, there's also a huge issue around costs of ADUs. You know, I've looked up the numbers on the units. If you want to buy a prefab unit, which is about as cheap as you can get, and you're kind of looking at 300 or 400K, and then you got to do the site prep, you know, and a foundation. I know a bunch of the people on some of the previous meetings, you know, that called in talked about their, they got held up on the ADU because it cost too much because they got to the point where they had to spend $30,000 for undergrounding utilities. And it's like, they obviously never got to the point where it was going to cost them $500,000 to build the place. And we have friends who actually priced one out and it was $1 million, higher end one. And that was $1 million plus because they wouldn't give them a fixed bid. So they're not that, so you have to be really altruistic if you're going to build one of those and then rent it out cheap and do that and saddle your heirs with maybe the deed restriction for that. So I don't see it being necessarily this huge number that people see. I think I've picked up all the points there.
Great, thanks, John. I will add my comments. Um, okay, should opt-in program be removed? You know, I've been a proponent of the opt-in. I know a lot of people that would like to stay in Portola Valley, but live in something smaller and not just build an ADU, because then you still own the big house. And I think it can be done in a way that's really, you know, beautiful and delightful. I see though that it just it causes so much angst and consternation. I think maybe partly because I'm on the planning commission, I'm envisioning, yeah, there'd be a lot of rules. I mean, of course, it could only be 4 units. Of course, if you had a big lot, it wouldn't be not 4 units per acre. You couldn't just keep building and building. Of course, there'd be constraints. It'd be further from the setbacks. The massing would have to be similar to what's in the neighborhood. So now I'm still in favor of it, but only if we can write out the rules before it gets submitted so that people know kind of what it is, the rough rules. I think it's got to have something more attractive than SB9, otherwise people wouldn't do it. But then, so some carrots, but then some sticks that make it better for the neighborhood. If we can't get there, we don't have enough time, we can't think it through, then I want to remove it. I see that just what I'm picturing and what other people are picturing are too far different. Yeah, I definitely like the 6 SB9 units if the state will accept it. It seems like, you know, it's the law or the land, so we might as well count them because people can do them whether we count them or not. The buffer, at the last housing meeting, I said I definitely wanted to keep the 20% on the low income part. I'm swayed by Craig's argument though that on the town owned portion, so that 50 seems like we shouldn't have to put as much buffer, so I could go for decreasing that part of the formula. I love all the programs to encourage ADUs and JADUs. As you all know, I was more wanting to be more lenient when we reviewed the ADU restrictions at length 4 years ago or some amount of time. So I'm in favor of that, and I love the programs, and if people will build more. I don't really think we should put more in our plan though. I just don't think we have the evidence for it. We might have it in the future. Let's see. Oh, the sunrise, I think it's creative, but I just don't see being able to have the state agree to our low income numbers by making an argument on I think those are tremendous numbers we'd have to have for ADUs to make those formulas work out. So I also really don't like kicking the can down the road, and I feel like that does that. It gives people false hope that there's going to be a way to find some new sites that don't mean we have to develop on the sites that are kind of painful for us. I'm just the kind of person that wants to do the hard work now and take the lumps now and have everybody fight, but then have it kind of done. Oh, Glen Oak. So that's interesting. I think it's a good site for housing. When I walk by there, it's good. It's near to my property, so I'm not, picking things that are just going to affect other people. I see all the letters and that people love the facility and what their kids have done there. And who doesn't love driving by horses? So that's good. It didn't escape me that we got dozens of letters about Glen Oaks, but not one of them suggested the new place, right? And I hear my fellow commissioners say, yeah, let's not do Glen Oaks. Well, I could say that too, but what are we going to put? It was a 29 in the table. We've got to be able to replace it with other things. So when I look at all the options and numbers, I don't have a better option than Glen Oaks. So I think it needs to stay in the plan. Just some general comments. Ford Field, that's a tough one, but again, I just don't think there were other options. The housing committee, we all talked and thought about it a long time. I think it's the best way for the town to be able to get to the affordable units. It does divide it. I've been happy that we're doing Nat Horse Light and not developing, the Nat Horse sites are very attractive. They're flat, they're by other kind of development. People get the open space from Hawthorne's nearby, but I'm glad if we have a plan that doesn't push all those sites to the highest that we could have done. I think this plan has done a good job on safety, which we were also concerned with, namely fire and earthquake. Some people say, well, it's too much on Alpine, but as is clear, no matter where you put it, people are mostly going to funnel down on Alpine, right? So just putting people further up doesn't help for the evacuation. I think this is fine and good. And on the general plan, I want to say my view of it is that it's like a strategic plan, like a company does, to give guidelines for how they're going to look at the world for the next 10 or 20 years. And it's so helpful because then different departments can go off and everybody's kind of moving in the same direction and not having some people kind of aiming one way and other people aiming another. I just say that because I view it more like that, like a strategic plan, that we make a plan that's going to be good for 20 years and not like a constitution or a Bible that got written once and that's it. So it makes sense to me. I mean, it needs to get changed. If a company had a plan, 20-year plan, and then COVID hit, you would expect them to change the plan because the world changed. I think that's the case for us. The housing situation and the way the state is going to manage it has changed. It requires some changes in our strategic plan for sure. And my last point, I guess I want to tell the council, is that when I think about living in the town and what it's like, we've had some letters, at least to the housing committee, I recall, where people said things like, oh, if such and such site gets developed, I'm going to move, or I'm going to think about moving. And I've never thought about that before because I moved here for a rural area and this is going to change it. And, I think it's true of all of us. We moved here for the rural area, right? We love it. I love the concept of the scenic corridor. I've always said for many years to people that what was so great about Portola Valley is you could be in a stressful job in Silicon Valley, but then drive home on Alpine and just like stress goes away. For me, if all this gets built as it's in the in the housing element plan right now, to me, Portola Valley is still going to be a great place. I'm still going to love driving down Alpine, even though now there's going to be houses, even though those 2 trees might be gone, and it makes me very sad, even though there might be housing on the Glen Oak side as I drive down. The town council meeting that reviewed the housing element, John Richards gave a great speech because he's lived here a really long time, even as a little boy. And he talked about how there were cows where the priory is, so the priory's new. That changed the town, but it didn't make it terrible. The Portola Valley Ranch was new at one point, and it changed the town, but it didn't make it terrible. And I feel like these things on the housing element now are going to change the town, no doubt about it, but it's still going to be a great place. I'm done.
So Anne, I kind of kept my comments short because I thought we were going to come back around and
Yeah.
it seems not to have happened. So I will be brief, but I'm going to
No, but
finish
that's
up.
good, Judith. You're right. At first that was
Yeah.
the plan, but then people tacked on their general thing. So please go ahead. That would
Yeah,
be
thank
appropriate.
you. Thank you. On the general plan piece, this isn't a business. This is a community that people have invested their life savings in and that they have moved here, had their kids here. I don't think we can liken fundamental changes in the town to a strategic plan of a business. It's more complicated, and I recognize we have state imposed requirements that we must accommodate, that there's no question of that. But our job is to be a balancing voice the balance that the community may prefer to strike, may want to strike. And that's the context within which my comments are made. The general plan should not be fundamentally changed. I mean, it's a statement of principle and not something that we should be changing every, periodically. Let me just say that. And we should be very careful about taking a course that leads to fundamental changes in the general plan. And I think the other thing is our job as a planning commission was to take the ad hoc committee input and look at it from a different perspective. And that's what we've been doing. And we've all got slightly different perspectives. So I think where we are and having a few new ideas is appropriate. It is our job to do that. It is not something I'm going to apologize for having after so much work. I mean, that work was fundamental to bring us to where we are. Our job is to bring a different perspective and to do an overlay on top of that for the town council to consider. It's their purview and they will make the decision. But in terms of being shy about having a new idea, now is not the time to be shy about it. This is our last chance to evaluate. And so I want to caution people from getting impatient. Like I said, from my point of view, you're near the end of the process. It is painful. Everyone's exhausted. But now is the moment you can stop and take a moment and say, is there something else I can consider? We are under a timeline. I don't think we have to have this fully baked in 2 weeks. We have to have it directionally baked very soon. But let's not be shy about, taking a moment to be brave and really pressure testing some of this. That's my perspective. And I just felt that these are very important principles that we're discussing tonight. I do take exception to the idea that just because a local business has people coming in from out of town, these people didn't even know that Glen Oaks until 2 weeks ago. They didn't know Glen Oaks was on the list. I mean, maybe they should have, but they did not. And we do not know today how many Portola Valley residents are clients. Like, you're making assumptions here, and we should be looking at facts and be careful about that. It is the town council's decision at the end of the day, but I applaud everyone's effort here. I think they're all very useful perspectives, but we can't just say we're done when there's still a few things left to consider. So I'll stop there.
Great. Thanks, Judith. Good. With that, I think we will.
I think I'll join in as well. And
I
I
thought
also
you gave
kept
your
my comments
Can
short.
you give some wrap-up comments?
Yeah, so one, a general plan isn't a guidelines. It isn't a strategic plan. It's a legal document that has a legal force of behind it. Making a change to the general plan is a fundamental change. Courts have described the general plan as the constitution of the municipality. Making modifications to the general plan risks taking an MND and turning it into an EIR. It increases litigation risk. You shouldn't change a general plan as a slight matter. It is a big deal. It is a fundamental change in how the town sees itself, projects itself. The land use designations and the text changes are changes to the constitution of the town as a matter of law and shouldn't be done trivially. The changes that we are suggesting here build on and are modifications, but I don't see them as being wholly inconsistent with what the ad hoc housing element committee did. I was on that committee. I took it seriously. I continue to take it seriously. We wouldn't be where we are right now unless that committee did the excellent work that it did. But this is a different body, has a different purpose, has a different hat. And the number of meetings, the changes that are being made are being suggested, and the time we're taking is reflective of what this body is supposed to do. I don't apologize for that either. And I think if we were to give it short shrift, then we'd have to ask, do we actually have a place in making any comment on the ad hoc housing committee's work? And I think the answer is we have to, or we abdicate. And we do have the time. And if we simply say, no, it's fine, don't worry about it, inconsistencies with the general plan, we're being railroaded, that's okay, then we aren't doing our job. Thank you.
Craig, go ahead.
Thanks. So through the chair, I would like to ask the Planning Commission to decide two things. One of the proposals we made was to create a gateway zone, which was to include the Dorothy Ford Park and the baseball field. I think that's an important thing to give us flexibility. So I think that's one of the questions. It wasn't on Laura's list because it wasn't part of staff report, but I do think we should weigh in on that. And then the other thing is, just to be clear on the sunrise thing, is I think what I'm really asking is, between Cara and Laura, what language do we need that gives us the flexibility if we find other ways to produce housing that we're not somehow, and I put this in quote, contractually obligated to something? I think it's important we spend some time to think carefully about the language. So, I don't know what's appropriate, whether Cara and Laura report to the council with this stuff or they report back to us, but I would like to see some notion of, here's how we could write language. It doesn't have to be tonight, but I'd like to get the sense of the commissioners whether that's something we want, because those are the two, for me, outstanding things that I'd like to see. Thanks.
From a technical point of view on the gateway concept, technically it's very easy in terms of capturing the whole site, coming up with appropriate density numbers and thinking that through, including the church across the street. Those things are simple. I think the only policy question that I would ask you to think about is inclusion of the baseball field. What does that mean to you? Does that mean relocating the baseball field or potentially building over the baseball field? Because those that I feel there's a policy distinction there. And if you have a feeling about it, we should capture it. If you don't have a feeling about it, that's fine. But I would just raise that for you to think about, depending on what constraints come up when we did a final site plan, assuming it were to be developed in the future. And then on the sunrise concept, one of you earlier said, or someone said, we own it, we can just do it later. And to a certain degree, that is true. Develop Ford Field, like we own it, you know what I mean? But if we were going to try to develop it in the 8 years, we would at least need enough time to go find an affordable housing developer and go through a tax credit application process, which takes a couple of years. And so, there is this is a policy question about spreading out the decision-making over several years, as opposed to trying to complete the decision-making now and go into a true implementation mode. So that's the way that I'm seeing it. So that's just some thoughts for you to think about. But I think technically, both things can probably be done. But as we've indicated to you multiple times, we just run some, risk about not being certified on a first or second try. But I think that you understand that as we've discussed before.
So I think my real question here is, should we go around and get the sense of the commission? Do we want to vote on it to pass it on to the council? I guess I'd ask my fellow commissioners. I realize it's getting really late, but how do we communicate this to the council? Because I think that's what's important to me. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's the council's decision, but I think it's important that we communicate some sense of this stuff to them.
Did you read the summary of the housing element committee that Laura wrote? I'm envisioning a similar document for our committee, for our commission to go to the town council.
Do we have a sense? Because it seemed like you guys on the housing, the ad hoc housing element committee, had a bunch of votes, and so you kind of documented the votes and then submitted that summary. I'm fine with us doing that, but do we have a sense of the commission to sort of do that summary?
Oh, I guess I'd ask Laura. I felt like we all did do a good job going through the questions, so I think Laura would have the tallies. Do you feel like you do, Laura?
Well, I don't, that group is larger, so those votes kind of made more sense. I think some of the things that you're saying are important, but the way that you gave your answers, is pretty, I believe we could summarize with bullet points and timestamps so that they could go back and watch the video. So that is an option. But I think, to Craig's point, I think it would be useful to the council if people have feedback on, what he was saying. Should there be a gateway zone? Should that include the baseball field as potentially being part of the site? Knowing, of course, that it would be very thoughtfully considered if the baseball field was going to be removed and couldn't be relocated somewhere. And then if people want to have the sunrise, have that flexibility. So I think the things would all still have to be in the plan, but the idea would just be to try to achieve good numbers early on so that those projects would not necessarily have to be built. They likely would, but they wouldn't necessarily have to be. That's how I'm understanding, if I have captured correctly.
Right, and they might get altered based on, if we try to get moving on it. So yeah, so no, I think your summary is good. But I guess I don't have a sense for the commission. Like, I don't know where John stands on this, because I think John's like, well, we should just stick with what we got. And I think I'm proposing that these are a couple of things that I think we should consider on top of this. So I guess that's all I was asking, is I don't know if it makes sense just to go back around one more time with just these two questions as the, like Laura had the questions off the staff report, maybe these are the two questions off the college memo, and we just do that and then call it. I'm okay with that. I just want some way that we can kind of summarize the sense of the commission.
I'd be happy to have a straight up and down vote on the two issues.
But I leave it to the rest of the commission. I'm open. And I leave it to the chair. I think it's on you, Ann, but I just want to make sure we get a sense of the commission one way or another.
No, I'm good to kind of vote on these two things, or and let me just clarify, we don't need to make a new zone. What we're really saying is, should the baseball field itself be in play? That was not part of the draft element. It was just the for the open space part to the left of the baseball field. In fact, people were very clear to say, we're not talking about the baseball field. So this is new. But that's basically what we're saying is, do we want to put the baseball field in play?
That'd be a new land use designation called Gateway.
Yeah.
Right, but to me, the land use designation is a minor part of it. The key policy thing is adding the field into, that's what the public would want to know, is now the field is added into the consideration.
But it's more than that, because we're combining the areas to make it one area so we have more flexibility, right? So I think that's an important piece. And we have to, I mean, as Laura was saying earlier, I mean, the zoning is the thing we have to get done by January. Some of this other stuff, we may have a little bit more time, but if we don't get our zoning done, then other bad things potentially could happen. So
But there's
that's what I
lots
was
of zoning we're gonna do. Just in most cases, we're leaving the zoning to later. So it feels like jumping the gun to talk about the zoning words. I get it though. I think what we're doing is adding the baseball field and combining it. And I get that combining is more flexibility than single 2 lots.
So you're planning the entire area as a whole,
Yeah,
and that requires a land use designation. Or it's very helpful to have a land use designation that does that, so you know
Yeah.
what it is that you're doing.
I would describe, the way I understand their proposal is to say to plan the site as a whole and try to preserve the baseball field or perhaps another recreational use, and try to preserve the oak trees and try to preserve the gateway feeling of having open space coming into town. And when you have the whole site in play, then you have more flexibility to do that.
And
So-
allows you to harmonize it with the general plan.
So that's
So
the way
what-
that I'm understanding it. So it's kind of bringing all those pieces.
So when you word it that way, I go, sure. But does that mean you're trying to take off the table some of the proposals we have to turn in now to get an approved HCD plan? Because if
No.
you don't have a distinct, okay, well
No.
then, sure.
Yeah,
Why
this one-
not?
this
Why
one
not?
stands
And
alone.
the same thing is if we can have flexibility on sunrise, obviously we should try to write it up so that we have as much flexibility as possible as we move forward. I mean, yeah.
So
Sure.
I think
I
there's
don't, but as long
actually-
as that doesn't change turning in something that actually is going to be approved.
Yeah, no, and that's why I brought this up, because I felt like it kind of got a little bit off the rails. I mean, there's some goals we're trying to accomplish that would be nice, but I don't think that fundamentally changes what the ad hoc housing element is proposing. I mean, this zone and then some flexibility on when we start working on the Ford Field housing project. And as Laura says, since it's town-owned property, we have an option potentially to push that back a little bit. Then I think the rest of the stuff of, working on, marketing plans for ADUs and JADUs and other stuff, that could all happen, right? And it doesn't in any way conflict with the proposal that's been put forward. So yeah, no, I'm completely good with this, with these sort of as additive on to what's there.
But it does the Ford Field piece though, given it's the only piece that actually meets the low income housing requirement, goes in, presumably is going to end up as a proposal in the plan that we don't get to opt out of at some future point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
again, the only thing I'd say, John, and I don't want
it'd
to
be unlikely.
yeah, is just if we this is maybe magical thinking, and I'm willing to accept that. If we magically found some other, Elmira or whatever magically opened up in the next 3 years, Ford Field might be off the table. But from the plan we have to submit for January, it's on the table. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the slight distinction. Yeah. Other than that, I'm
We're
totally
good.
with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
so
Cool.
I'm good with that. Yeah, that we submit the Ford Field plan to the state, but then we, work like the devil to find other things. That's great. I just don't want to mislead the public that there's any likely other scene. On the baseball thing, I think I'm not in favor of this. I love the idea of flexibility and let's have the site bigger and decide what to do. But I feel like this is a big switcheroo on the public, just like on Glen Oaks, when the Glen Oaks participants realized that Glen Oaks was on the housing list, we got dozens and dozens of letters. The baseball field's that's going to be a new piece of info that the baseball field might be in play. Are we saying though that the thing we submit, that we're recommending the town council submit, is 50 units on the?
We're
Not for me.
suggesting that the gateway zone is created.
Yeah.
And that we have the flexibility to plan in that zone.
And then what gets submitted, or and then,
50 units in the gateway zone.
I see.
And if we get the Ladera Church half acre and we can put 10 there, I mean, or something else, I mean, that could be a gateway zone, that could be part of this stuff that we're trying ultimately to achieve. So, I mean, I think the idea is you set aside a zone, you say, we're gonna basically be holistic about the planning here, and then we'll have to figure it out. I mean, but I don't think we have to decide all that today. I agree, I don't think it's a big switcheroo, but it does have potential. And I think people are gonna wanna comment on it as well, but that's okay. That's why it's a draft. It's, we're going through a draft process so that by the time we get to a final process, people will have all had their say.
So I'm thinking, if you word it that way, I'd say no, leave the gateway out. We don't understand it well enough. I don't understand it well enough just to say go with it. I don't necessarily see it leading to a plan.
Well, I mean, how's it different than we have now? I mean, worst case, you put it on the Dorothy Ford Park and you have exactly what you have now. And by making it a larger planned unit, planned area, we might be able to have joint parking lot. We might still be able to keep the field. We might move it a little bit. That we have flexibility to do more with that zone. So that's why I think that zone is pretty important.
Well, could I just argue back? With the plan we have now, it gives total angst to the people that love those two trees and the thought that they might go away. If we do the gateway zone, it gives total angst to the people that love the trees and the people that would just die if the baseball field went away. I think it gives people are going to worry about everything rather than, I know what you're hoping is that there might be a path in there to save some stuff.
So what you're proposing instead, what we should do is we should just build it on the baseball field as a proposal and just have angst for one group, a different group.
Well, but we don't know if the baseball field will work, right? Then it depends
right.
on getting the easements, whatever, the deed restrictions removed, and it's kind of like, okay, another last minute thing.
But what's last? I mean, we have 3 years to figure it out. That's the point.
Yeah, and at the last minute, we got something else coming up, and it just stretches everything out and drives everybody crazy.
Guys, I think we need to have a vote on this.
Yeah. It's 3:15 my time. Let's go.
But
you're gonna have to get on a plane pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judith, for staying all this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. No worries.
Can we just, I think I know what the vote is, but who's in favor of creating the gateway zone?
So I think we probably need a motion of some kind.
I don't think you need a motion. This is just to reflect into the notes.
Just a straw poll? Okay, great, great.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, go ahead.
Okay, who's in favor of the gateway zone? I see Nicholas, Craig.
I would do it.
Judith, okay.
Yep.
Who's against recommending to the council do the gateway zone at this point? Me and John, okay.
Okay, should we do the same thing, the hands vote on the flexibility on the Ford Field? On when we actually start the development? This is the making sure we don't lock ourselves in day one. So this is the idea that because it's town-owned property, we can spend a little bit more time looking at.
So how are you going to state this? The town, you're going to advise the town council to not start development until, let's say, 3 years? Because like, I don't know the process well enough. I would want to work backwards from, when you need to get it built. And I just don't have enough info now to know if.
So what I thought you were proposing was that we write up the plan with enough flexibility that we could modify it as we go if we were meeting the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not the same. That's not the same as saying that's not the same as saying, oh wait, we're not going to worry about Ford Field until 2 or 3 years and see how everything else went. Those are two different things.
We may well.
Well, we might, but I don't want to say I'm voting for deciding to hold it all up.
Fine.
I would say, but try to write in flexibility. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to be more specific.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I guess what I was after, I just wanted the council to make sure they're considering not starting the Ford Field low income, like January 30th. I mean, they may choose, but I think what we talked about tonight was if we give ourselves a little bit of room, then we may have some other options that we can work on and give us
I mean,
a
it kind of
better
depends.
end result.
Yeah, or is somebody going to take up the whole rallying the town and soliciting all the people to produce the ADUs and, you know, and leading the role on raising the money? I mean, I don't know that anybody's going to sign up to do that. But if they did, that would be great.
What is it that we're trying to clarify for the town council? I'm getting a
Good
little
point.
unclear.
Good point. You're right.
Like, what do you want an up or a down on? And, you know, we're not deciding. I mean, you know, you've got some people who want a sunrise and some people who don't, but what more clarity are we trying to give the council? Like that or something more?
Yeah, no. I think it's the sunrise. I just want to be careful when we say the sunrise, that it's just the idea that we would hold off, and I don't know quite how to say it that I don't offend John right now. I want to kind of, not offend, but you know what I mean? I want to hold off long enough to try to gather some more information. I still want it to be in the plan. I want us to say, you know, if we don't find something better, we're going to do this, but I just don't want us to start doing this on day one. And that's what I'm trying to get after. Which is the sunrise.
Let me play it back to you. You support the sunrise.
Yes.
Are you contingency planning if the town council rejects a sunrise of like 3 years? Okay.
No, I was just trying to figure out a different way to word what sunrise means. So just take it as the sunrise. I'm fine. It's late.
You're
I'm
trying
tired.
to accurately describe the sunrise concept. Okay. So there would be a time period in which, unless other properties are identified or other sources of the different categories of units are available, you would, at maybe 2 years in, and I take your point, we're being unscientific here, and but like not before 2 years would that final decision be made about whether we're going to go a non-Ford Field route or start the Ford Field process. I mean, is that accurate?
You may end up with a different design if you end up with fewer required. So it's not just in it's at the form in 2 years. We will have not more than 50 units based upon trajectory of dwelling unit generation.
So it seems to be two things. One is don't start Ford Field until for a year or two or whatever, 2 to 3 years, whatever. And then at that point, stop, look at the data, and then plan Ford Field if it needs to be used, and if it does, what number we're now seeking for that and what the configuration would be. Is that accurate? I'm only trying to paraphrase here.
You're doing super well at 4:22 Eastern time or 3:20.
I think we can do that as long as we say, if we need the units, we're going to build 50 units there.
Yeah.
Right. So it's it's not more than. So it gets you to 50 units, and then you can back out of that depending on where you are.
Okay, then technically all we have to do is change the language and the timeframes that are in the draft housing element, and then transmit your intent to the council so they understand why you wanted more time.
Yeah.
But we're still turning in a housing element that says, do a project at Ford Field, but evaluate it 2 years in and figure out exactly what that project should be. That's the housing element we're basically turning in, knowing that if it's not needed, then it wouldn't be built because it's the town's property. If if there's another way to reach the goal.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. I'm glad you can speak coherently right now.
I'm good with that. I'm good.
Yeah, I am actually hearing consensus, but
I'm really impressed
on
that
this.
Judith could get that out.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I just need to over clarify at this time of day, so it
He's
kind of
he's
works.
waking up, actually.
Yeah. Anything else?
I'm good. How about anybody else? Can we think about adjourning?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wow, thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
Laura,
thank you.
Tara,
Thank you.
Carla, all the
Thank you.
attendees, all the 28 people that stayed till the end. Yay.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, good trip.
night.
Judith. Good night.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.